All right, punks. You can say it. Demeist is a sellout. Demeist talked all this big talk about not wanting to do streaming about a game right as the game released, so that way people would be able to experience it for themselves first, and then he would do the streams a little bit afterwards, and it turns out the metrics say that's a bad idea. It turns out Demeist is a sellout, and that actually the numbers say that I should stream the day that the game releases the new update, and that's what I'm doing, like some sort of big lying sellout cheating man. Hey everybody. The numbers sold me out. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, Clary. It's good to see you, everyone. The stream today, obviously we've been doing a little bit more sort of variety content on Tuesday, you know how it goes. We're going to be a little bit more focused today, specifically on Final Fantasy XIV. In part 1, I just want to see the end of MSQ again. 2, I spent this last weekend helping take down a lemon tree, and I don't know if you know... Okay, so has anyone, like, you obviously we're talking about Final Fantasy, so you know the idea of like the haunted trees. If somehow the last cultural touchstone you have is Lord of the Rings, in Fellowship of the Ring there's a big haunted spooky tree, and you know, scary trees are a part of media across the board. There was a lemon tree at my brother-in-law's house that was spiky. And you know what? Here's the thing. It was just spiky. It was just a big spiky tree. Actually, this is going to sound worse as I just tell it like it is, but it was just a bastard of a tree. And the thing is that there was no good place to grab the tree. Oh, Demeist, why are you being so stupid? Just put on a pair of gloves and then grab the tree with the pair of gloves. It goes straight through that. I stepped on a branch. One of the like spikes just went entirely through the sole of my boots, and I have a little cute red dot on the bottom of my foot now. So anyways, the point that I am making here is this weekend was a bastard. And then there was also this whole thing with my brother-in-law's and my sister's, obviously, my sister's dog doing this whole puppy play date thing, and they had asked me to be there and attend to the socialization and stuff like that, and the dogs didn't exactly jive, and so it was very stressful. All of this is to say, hi everyone. I'm excited to play Final Fantasy XIV because that's something that I enjoy doing, and also I've prognosticated the numbers, and theoretically, this is a good time to stream for this game. It's the normal time slot. I always stream at 6 to 10, which is going to be changing as we get into the second half of January here. We're going to start pushing the timescale a little bit back, specifically for people like JR. I saw what you posted. It's good to see you. So we're gonna fiddle around with odds and ends, but that's all to say. Hey. It's good to see you, Enderfriend. Hello. Clary. Yep, we're doing MSQ today. Alzia, we're gonna do our best there. 1 NFK. I can't beat you to MSQ. It's literally the only time in the 3 years of me playing this game that I could. Who's ready for voiced cutscenes? Oh shit, is there more voice acting in this one? Hell yeah. Kaya, hey. Just popping in briefly to say hi. Yep, you got work, JR. We'll catch you. And yeah, let's rock and roll. Hey. I haven't enabled the games music, but also I did just want to like take in Rads at Han for a hot second, because I've been very you know, I've been a little downcast, a little downtrodden about Dawn Trail. And I think a part of the reason why my upsetness with like Solution 9 and all of that stuff, was at such an all-time high, was because it really did feel like Endwalker's Post was just for me. Like I had a grand old time with Endwalker Post. So I hope there's going to be more stuff like that in the future, but Endwalker as a whole has just been such a wild ride, and I don't know. there was something particularly striking about this moment. So, you're just finishing up MSQ yourself, Clary? Hell yeah. And hello, Pixie. It's good to see you. Okay. Let's actually play exactly one video game, hey? You can tell that I'm enjoying myself, or excited about this, because it hasn't even been half an hour before start. So, you know. Let's go. When one door closes, Varshawn has a message from Charlatan. Ah, Elish. One of my clerks was just here with a message for you. The students of Baldessian request your presence in Charlatan at your earliest convenience. Indebted as I am to our friends, I had hoped that I too might be of service, but it is you alone that they require. If you've no pressing business, pray make your way to the Baldessian Annex at once. Ojika awaits your arrival. So, if you don't know who Varshawn is, there's literally too much for me to possibly explain. But at the sort of end of the last bit of MSQ that we did, we helped save Ajdaya, who is Vritra's older sister, part of the First Brood, and so we're messing around in sort of this space after dealing with everything that was happening in the Void in the 13th, which... So... in the meantime, I shall continue showing Ajdaya the city. From notable landmarks to the people's lives, there is still much and more for her to see. Farewell for now, my friend. I look forward to the day we set forth on another adventure together. No, wait, I wanted to talk to Ajdaya! Oh, well. Okay. So, the reason why Ajdaya is so small, potentially, is because of the fact that, you know, Ajdaya died in the sense that fantasy games have ever killed a main character. But we were able to retrieve her eyes, which of course are the source of all of a dragon's power, as you all know. And we have case precedence with Midgard Swarmer, so you know. It's all going exactly according to plan. A warm and hearty welcome to you, Elish. I gather you received our message? Please wait here while I fetch Kryl and Grah. Thank you for coming on such short notice. And forgive us for sending for you so soon after your trials in the Void, to say nothing of your grueling battle against the 12. Grueling battle against the 12, the Alliance raids, you get it. Now then, we aren't actually the ones who require your presence, but Erenvel. Yeah, the fricking, three-leaf clover earring. I see it, Clary. He stopped by recently, you see, and asked us to reach out to you on his behalf. I imagine you're as surprised as we are, given that he was supposed to be away on a long expedition. Something must have necessitated a change in his plans. All he would tell me is that there is someone whom he wishes Elish to meet. He also mentioned that he would be tending to business at the studio. Shall we look for him there? Oh, Jika. Okay, so, God, how do you even talk about Erenvel? Erenvel is a gleaner. What's with the earring? So Kryl was holding a 3-leaf clover earring during one of the scenes, and everyone thought that it was Squeenix bringing back the Green Mage. It turned out that it was a red herring, and so Kryl wearing the earring is sort of like a gotcha moment when an FK. Yeah. Erenville is a bun. Not factually untrue. Erenville's early return likely has something to do with this visitor. Who could it be, I wonder? Oh, okay, so a lot of people were wondering where Erenville was going at the end of the last MSQ that we were doing. For all intents and purposes, as far as we are able to determine, we were all wondering if Erenville was talking about Mericidia or Dalmasca for the Golmore jungle and everything. Near as we can tell, Erenville was going to Tuliali, I guess? To the new world? Unclear. So I guess we're about to find out. And Vish, it's good to see you. Yeah, patch day. I've been told by several people that I am going to eat shit and die during a trial, which is good. I'm excited for that. No, he was obviously on about Elpis. Oh, of course, I forgot Erenville was a time traveler. He thought he was going to do Green Mage stuff. Hey, Theo. I mean, Green Mages don't exist as far as we currently know, right? So, okay, sorry. Erenville's early return has likely something to do with this visitor. Who could it be, I wonder? Now then, where is Erenville?
Erenville!
Hell yeah.
Apologies for the wait. I hope I haven't called you away from anything important. I chanced upon some commissioned items at my destination, so I thought I might deliver them.
What?
Where did you go, if I may ask?
The New World. Tural.
I'm never gonna remember that it's called Tural.
You went
Tural,
to
Tural,
Tural?
Tural.
Then the person who you wish to introduce.
Aye, she hails from there. I present to you...
But it seems you've lost her.
No.
Did she wander off?
Sorry. It's just so different here. I can't help but want to explore.
Well, while you were exploring, your candidate came to us. This is him. The adventurer you crossed the seas to meet.
Ooh, you weren't exaggerating. It's plain he's no ordinary man.
Yeah?
Uklamat, claimant to the throne of Tulihuela.
I'm never gonna pronounce that name correctly.
Tulihuela.
It's Tural's governing nation. The capital bears the same name.
It's a city-state. We know what a city-state is.
I'll get to the point. I want you to come with me to my homeland.
Wow, okay.
Given the magnitude of the request, perhaps you should explain why you're making it?
Of course.
The most ordinary
Soon,
white
an
man
event
you've ever
of great
seen.
import will be held in Tural. The rite of succession. Taking the form of a contest, it will determine who next ascends the throne. As daughter to its present keeper, I will participate. And I have every intention of winning.
But what did she call us? A claimant?
I was searching for champions to join me, when Erenville told me about you. A mighty warrior who knows no fear, who sweeps aside terrible fiends as if they were reeds, who flew to the edge of existence and saved our star.
She asked who Eorzea's greatest hero was, and so I told her. Much more elegantly, I might add.
Oh, Erenville.
Now you know why. You'll come to Toral, yes?
Wait, let's all just slow down. Wuklemat, was it? You claim to be of the royal family, but is it not the Mamulja who rule in Tural?
Yeah, the big lizard people.
Tulihyolal is a nation of many peoples. Not only the Mamulsha, as some across the seas are quick to assume.
Damn.
That said,
What was that
its present ruler
smackdown?
is a Mamulsha, and one blessed with two heads besides. He's also my father. Not by blood, obviously,
Okay.
but he raised me as his own, and that's what matters.
So that is the way of it. My apologies if I was indelicate.
Oh,
Hardly.
Graha.
I know little about your land, and nothing about your parentage. But in my eagerness, I've gotten ahead of myself. I can't expect you to agree on the spot when we've only just met.
Okay.
If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Just know, though, that if it's adventure you seek, you could do far worse than come with me. Now, this is only a rumor,
Okay.
but apparently, the contest will involve the fabled city of gold and the legendary beast, Valyarmanda.
I'm never going to pronounce
Tell
a
me that
single
doesn't
word that
pique
she
your
says
interest.
correctly. Golden City. I've heard about it before. Is this from Emmett Selk? Oh no. It's the thought that counts. We'll do our best. Fuck you, Emmett, even now. Yeah, that's the first thing I was thinking, Vish.
So the tales have reached even these shores. I can't help but feel proud.
I advise you not to put much store by these rumors. Golden cities are not
Oh.
but a dreamer's fancy.
Hold on.
Says the dreamer who was bent on finding one when he was a child. Just
Oh,
because you
Erenville.
failed doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Damn.
Tuli
Why is he
Yulal
such a
and the
king of
Golden
bombastic
City,
side-eye these days?
just like in the letter to grandfather.
Regardless of what the contest may entail, it'll be no simple thing. If I'm to triumph, I'll need capable and dependable companions. So let's go on a hunt together. There's no better way to get acquainted.
Okay. Sure, I do like hunt trains. When one door closes. Sure. Oh god. A journey to Taral. That's the long and the short of it. At the very least, I ask that you go on this hunt of hers and take her measure for yourself. Oh boy. So, where to for our hunt? The stronger the prey, the better. What is the highest level zone on Aetheris, right? Because we can't go to Ultima Thule and we can't go to Elpis. The game is afoot. Graha appears equal parts bewildered and excited. The chance to not only see Tyrrell, but the fabled Golden City besides. This is the stuff of grand adventures, my friend. Which is not to say you should hastily accept this invitation, mind. There's still a great deal we do not know. So let us begin to rectify that by first getting acquainted with our visitor in the manner she suggests. I'm not certain what might be a suitable location for her hunt, however. Servin, Yavish? When I was at the guild earlier, I learned about the petition from researchers on the Isle of Han. You went there not long ago and culled some unruly fauna, of course, but according to recent reports, other ordinarily docile fauna have grown savage. It's believed that they have been unsettled by some manner of predator, and so the researchers seek assistance with identifying and dispatching it. As part of your hunt, perhaps you might answer the petition? I think what sucks about that is that it's probably going to be the starter femme Hroth outfit, like how everybody has starter outfits that are locked to them. And not gonna lie, it definitely looks better than like the starting here outfits, right? Hey, Mesphia, lurking while you play board game. Good luck on board game. Kick its ass. The Isle isn't far, and we would also be helping those in need. That works for me. Just so you know, I don't know how to, oh no, I feel so bad already. I've honed my skills against some of the fiercest beasts in Tyrrell. Whatever this creature is, it had better be able to put up a proper fight, or it'll end before we have the chance to get acquainted. And before we can prove ourselves capable and dependable companions, my apologies, but I must see to some preparations. Pray, go on ahead to the Isle. I will join you as soon as possible. If the rest of you are ready, let us head to the harbor. This being guild ship business, it should be simple enough to secure a vessel. I don't know that everyone hates it, Kishnak. I think it is unfortunately I'm not like losing my mind over it in no small part because of like me being so sort of like European fantasy coded. But I'm very excited to see. I'm really excited to see what they do with the Tyrrell slash Tuliali. I don't even remember how she pronounced it. That part I'm genuinely excited to see. I'm a little nervous because I want it to be handled respectfully, but I have no problems with that. The thing that made me be like, okay, well, this is what we're doing, huh? Was the part with Solution 9 and like the cyberpunk dystopia stuff. So yeah. But the question is still, when does it come out? Summer? Yeah, and the gamer PC place, for lack of a better phrase. I don't have all my EXs, because of course I don't. But also, yeah, Erenvil's behavior there is really interesting, right? Because Wuklimat and Erenvil do both seem to be acting extremely familiar with each other. Oh, good. I can tell where I'm supposed to be. Which is interesting for someone that you would call like a member of the royal family, right? Oh, excuse me. We have the loan of a ship from one of the captains, a cheery fellow. I can operate the vessel, so we don't need to trouble him to take us. Kryle was acting a little strange, don't you think? This is just a simple hunt. I wonder what preparations she needs to make. This, of course, being about, oh my god. About the letter Kryle read that was addressed to her grandfather, I presume? So we have to take a ship? Ugh, and I've barely set foot on dry land. Oh well, I suppose it's for a good cause. A hunt. Come on, let's get going. Upon boarding the ship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. You know this. This is the thing to like not be queued up for something else, right? So, item level 660? Oh. If I was actually on top of my shit, right? I would have the P12S weapon. Sure, fine. AA sharp? Yeah, for sure, battle.
From here, we must walk.
New relic is best in slot now, thumbs up. It's good to see you, Wirebone. Hey, hey. And okay, good. Yeah.
So much ice. It rivals even Yogg-Tural.
Okay.
Oh, a white bear. I wonder what it tastes like.
Remember, we're here to deal with creatures that have been deemed an unacceptable danger. Do not attack anything else unprovoked.
God. Is it weird that Erinville is the one who's coming out
know.
smelling like roses to me? I do love their dynamic.
So this is the isle where ether literally bursts forth.
Aye, the Isle of Ham. The geysers lie deep inland, however.
You really are knowledgeable. Kona told me nothing about this place.
I doubt your brother managed to come out this way. He's like to have toured facilities like Labyrinthos, however.
Her brother?
The great big cavern under the city. It's amazing that they could make a sky down there complete with a sun.
It is really cool. I do like Labyrinthos a lot.
This brother of yours, he has been to Sharlayan.
He has. Kono's my second older brother. And until recently, he was a student in this city.
But Wuk-Lamat was adopted.
He went on and on about technological amusements. It made me want to come here too one day.
So is her older brother a
so I did.
Mamajou, or?
I think I understood something of how he felt when I set foot in his beloved studium.
He went to the studium? Your brother must be quite a scholar. But I wonder, like you, he'd be royalty, yes? With such a personage coming to Sharlayan to receive an education would surely have caused a stir, yet I recall nothing of the sort.
He consulted with the head of the studium beforehand, that his identity might remain secret. Being Mikote, he had no trouble blending in. He's adopted like me, you see.
There we go.
One time, though, he almost let it slip to a professor. It was all he could do to parry the barrage of questions.
Having no shortage of questions myself, I can imagine.
Ask whatever you like. I don't mind. But I maintain hunting together is the best way to get to know someone.
The researchers should be up ahead. Let's find them and learn what we can.
I will say, here we go. I will say, Kishnok, that
The researchers should be just ahead.
Hold up, Erinville. We'll be there in a second. I do agree that...
There. The building to the northeast.
Oh, fair enough.
So, ordinarily harmless creatures have grown savage.
Okay, never mind.
Don't know what's got them riled up, but I'll take down any that thinks to try me. Right.
I think there are
Let's
differences.
hunt our fill.
What class is Wooklamat? She's warrior? God, it's like playing with my actual friends who don't stop to let me take in the scenery. Which we've already been to the Isle of Ham before. That's the Aether Font dungeon. So we've already seen some of this. Although, I don't remember seeing facilities like that. I presume
Look,
that's some sort of
Someone's in trouble.
telescope.
Yeah? Taste my axe.
These animals are usually so docile.
Are you alright? Yes, thanks to you. Speak with the hard-pressed surveyor. Okay, we've got 10 seconds to stop and talk about things. I'm not gonna use Sentinel. Nobody there dealt any significant amounts of damage, Wirebone. How dare you? Curious if any of our abilities are peak at level 100 warrior. Oh, that's interesting. If we cared, we could go back through the battle log and check it out, right? Wooklamat uses Tail of the Brox. Wooklamat uses Fangs of the Brox. I don't think so. I think these are going to be custom abilities for her, but also maybe, who knows, right? Yeah. And also, oh my gosh, Fanina, what the heck? I'm so sorry about, it looks like Stream Elements is being an absolute heck, but thank you guys so much for coming in. Holy moly. Yeah, thank you so much. For people who don't know, Fanina is a fantastic streamer, fantastic content creator, does role-playing, loves Bozia, loves Ishgard. There's like a weird number of parallels that go through. So if you haven't checked them out already, they're a delightful person, and you should drop them a follow. And yeah, hello. How's Patch Day treating us? Not gonna lie, pretty hyped so far. It's been, I don't know, like Wooklamat, we're in love. Erinville, weirdly, I'm loving Erinville even more now than we already loved him. And we were just like catching up, talking about sort of like the whistle stop tour of Endwalker, right? So it's been a lot. It's been good. Good minds. Hey, that's just convergent thought processes, right? And yeah, sorry, RW805 Gaming, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the gang. You now have access to the follower emotes. We got a Discord, we got a welcome command, you know the whole drill. Yeah, Erinville had some bombastic side-eye going on earlier. Hello. When Wildflower Inc. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, oh my gosh, my brain turned into toothpaste. Oh, right, so we were talking a little bit about how artificial suns are a post-scarcity thing. Kishnok, in the world of Final Fantasy XIV, the sun is not like the provider of life in the same way that in a lot of other settings there are, right? Like light in the world of Final Fantasy XIV is not both a particle and a wave, right? Like light is a form of aether. So the idea of creating an artificial sun just to provide light to like light up the room is more like having a giant light bulb. But I get what you're saying from the like science fiction side. But yeah. And Wumbrion, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, yes. I also wanted to, I get so angry when they give us these like gorgeous zones for these like solo duties in the quest, because they do the same thing with Ivalice, right? Like, we'll never probably ever be able to go back to the Isle of Hom unless we're using Dungeon Explorer, but like, it's really cute, right? Like, I would want to come back at some other point in time, so we'll see how it goes. And Pixie, thank you for gifting out that tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. We wish we could go back to Ivalice, Dalmasca. We were doing for a Demised After Dark a while ago, like a lore deep dive into the Viera. And I was like, you know, I like to see the accounts myself. I don't like to just refer to work that somebody else has done. I want it to be replicatable. And the only way to get some of the Viera lore is to like go back to specific instances in the Ivalice questline. And I was like, this can't be it, Chief. We spent 2 hours just new game plussing it. So, anyways, where we are right now, obviously, for most other people, you've experienced this quite recently, but we are on the Isle of Hom. There's some creature out there that is apparently a threat. Wook Lamat and I are going hunting together to better understand each other. So, you get it. Want to take a picture here, or maybe just have an RP picnic. Yeah, again, Dungeon Explorer is the best tool for like getting nice settings that you can never 100% get right other places. My like go-to RP picnic spot on a similar vein is in Don Meg, I think it is, in the Shadowbringers like fairy place. There's like this one nice clearing right before the castle. So anyways, sorry, we're focusing up. But thanks everybody so much for coming in. Thanks for all the follows. Thanks for the gifted sub, Pixie. Let's rock and roll. Oh, nobody has anything else to say. So let's rock and roll. Oh, thank goodness you've come. I take it you're the one who answered our petition? Wait, aren't you? You are. Elish, the adventurer who saved our star. Would that our meeting was under better circumstances. I was conducting a routine inspection of the transporter here when I suddenly found myself surrounded. You'll find more of the same across the chasm. Once docile animals grown strangely aggressive. My colleagues there can tell you more. If you'll give me just a moment, I can finish checking our equipment.
You really are famous.
And for good reason, as you'll soon see for yourself.
What can I say? We're kind of a big deal. There, it should be safe to cross now. Let's go.
Quite an interesting contraption you've got here.
Is that our petitioner? Let's go and have a chat.
If you've come to answer the petition, you should speak with my colleague here. The adventurer come to answer my petition, I presume. We're most fortunate to have one of your considerable skill here to aid us. A creature of unknown origins has been sighted on the island in recent days, and we believe its presence has affected the local fauna. The animals beyond this gate are the worst affected we've encountered thus far, though we dare not go back. Your task is to quell any threats you find and search for traces of the beast responsible for all of this. If you should find anything at all, we would be most grateful if you would share it with us. Okay.
I'll handle this. Hold still.
Damn, Wookalamat. Okay.
Is that all? Come on, let's pick up the creature's trail.
Sure. I do prefer this to the like go kill 20 wolves and bring me back their pelts. It is much more like narrative speaking. Struck down defending its territory, most likely. You find ravaged beast remains torn to shreds by sharp
These
talons.
claw marks. I've seen their like before. It's starting to feel like a proper hunt.
Erenville says, we mustn't let any more creatures come to harm. I see no tracks that match these claw marks. Oh my god. Me literally running behind the NPCs. You find feathers are scattered about the ground. There are signs of a fierce struggle.
Feathers. But did they belong to the predator or the prey?
So, how do you prefer our prey? Roasted or raw?
Oh my god.
You presume it's even safe to eat?
Talking about how you're going to hook up the thing you're about to hunt is very, like, specific character coded, huh? The cloying stench of fresh leavings assails your nostrils. Whatever beast left them is likely still close by.
fresh. Whatever this beast, it cannot be far.
Calling them still fresh does just mean, like, literally that it's still warm, right? Like, y'all ever think
Suppose they're
about
upset
that?
we disturbed their home.
Who knows? But if they're spoiling for a fight, then they've got one.
Just a fancy way of saying
Let's
the
head back and
leavings
report what we found.
are still warm. Okay. Oh no.
Powerful wings and razor-sharp talons. Worthy prey.
Okay. What is that?
Ah! What is that thing?
It looks like a Tuco Tuco. Sure. Yeah, alright.
It speaks?
Oh my god.
It's heading towards the falls.
I'll stay with the researchers. The creature, I leave to you.
We'll catch you around, Erenville.
Come, Wookalamat.
Right.
Aww. Also, I don't know if it was just that one specific shot or what. Is Wookalamat affected by, like, the Elizin run situation? Y'all know what I'm talking about, right?
just so we're clear, I wasn't startled by the beast earlier. It caught me by surprise, that's all.
Fair enough,
Forgive me,
Curly.
but I failed to see a difference.
I'm getting hungry. Let's be done with this so we can eat.
Oh.
Caught me by surprise! Caught me by surprise!
Think you're clever, huh? I'll rip off that beak and roast you on a spit!
But did you notice the Colibri's wings have like, it appears like it's connected by like skin tissue? It's not like all feathers.
Talk all you like, bird. I'm going to have the last laugh. Oh, I'm going to enjoy sinking my teeth into you.
I'm going to have the last laugh!
Sure.
Ah, shut up already, you blasted bird!
Aww.
Already! Ah! Shut up already!
Hecking Flurry.
Look out!
Sure. Oh, okay, it's one of these.
I've never seen
easy
such an
peasy.
enormous colibri.
Not good. Quickly, gather together.
Oh god. Oh.
I've got you.
Okay. Cute. It's like home
too
game,
close.
right? I'm into
Steady
it,
now.
sure. I've got feelings about that on a game design perspective and how it's different than the Xenos fight. Okay, hold on. Okay, rude.
Spread out, everyone!
Sentinel? Never heard of it.
You paid for that.
Okay. No, not the active time maneuvers. Oh, sure, okay.
Thank you.
I kind of want to know what happens if we fail it. I kind of want to see if, like, Graha or Wukalamat gets, like, KO'd from the fight, right? Okay. Ruffling of Feathers is new, I think? Yeah, okay, sure. So this is the Stormblood one. With the giant bird at the end.
That was hardly a tickle. Try this.
Sure. Yeah, alright.
Nothing to it.
I mean, clearly not a
You
warrior,
now, you
because
loud
they're,
mouth
her LVs
bastard!
are different. Smile. What if we gave rescue to more classes? Get me out of here, Theo.
And I had barely limbered up.
Oh.
It was a terrible foe, but no match for your axe.
Oh, what?
Only to be expected.
Damn.
You were pretty impressive yourselves. I was right to invite you on a hunt.
100% Zalcal. It's good to see you, my guy.
But what a curious bird that was. Though we have similar in Tural, they don't grow so big or use such dirty tricks.
Why are we not saying anything?
Dirty tricks, dirty tricks.
Aye, dirty and despicable. Otherwise, I could have easily...
Leave this to me.
Sure. Okay. And so now we get our Pictomancer. Fine. I do think the animation looks a little bit cleaner here than it did at FanFest.
Cryo.
I am terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
She arrived as I was seeing the researchers to safety. It was all I could do to keep up with her after I explained what happened.
So this is what you meant by seeing to preparations?
Putting on jeans and getting a paintbrush.
After hearing of the contest, I thought how wonderful it would be to join you.
Aww.
In coming here, I wanted to demonstrate my skill at arms to Wuklamut. Alas, it seems I missed most of the action.
That was amazing! The piece didn't stand a chance!
Hell yeah.
I'm glad to have been of service.
May I ask what inspired this change?
You will recall the time you descended to the ethereal sea in search of Heidelin.
So is this her explaining her grandfather's letter then?
Recognizing that my skills were inadequate, I chose to provide support from afar, rather than join you. It was the same when you set forth for Ultima Thule. How it pained me to stay behind, again and again. That's what inspired this change. Ever since the final days were averted, I've used every spare moment to hone my craft. As you all have adapted your methods to suit the circumstances, I started by considering how I might best contribute.
I'm surprised. I expected Pictomancer to be something
And
that we
after
learn
much deliberation, I arrived at my
in
answer.
Tural.
With the esoteric art passed down by the legendary Archon realm, Pictomancy. As I recall, you have embraced versatility to effectively complement a certain someone's style. What I do is much the same. Like you, I don't want to be left behind.
Aww, Cryo.
Indeed. I must say, you appear to be especially keen on being involved in the ritual of succession. Is there any particular reason?
Yes, there is. This letter from Tuli Yolal. It was addressed to my grandfather Galuf and turned up among the students' archives. The ink was faded, so I couldn't fully make out the sender's name. Galul, someone.
Jaja. Gulul Jaja. That's my father, the Dawn servant. What does the letter say?
While much of it isn't legible, it appears to be a request to investigate the Golden City.
The Golden City has to be solution.
Investigate the Golden City? From the Dawn Servant himself?
Well, well. Seems it may be more than a rumor after all.
Being a member of the royal family, it was my hope that you could confirm the authenticity of this letter.
I can say for a fact that my father didn't write this.
Oh, shit.
Given how culturally diverse Tuliyolal is, it was decided some time ago that a common language was needed. But instead of elevating an existing tongue and its speakers above all others, we looked to those widely spoken overseas and created an altogether new one. The similarities to your common tongue also make it quite easy to communicate in these situations, no? This letter, however, is entirely in Eorzean. If Father had written this, it would have been in Turali. And what's more, it bears a wax seal. We don't bother with them.
So the letter is fraudulent, then?
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. My father's signature is genuine, as far as I can tell, so perhaps he simply dictated it.
Signatures are not a reliable thing of anything.
I see. Oh, thank you for the confirmation. It seems
What
my
a
grandfather
weird
indeed
thing.
had dealings
Hold
with
on.
Tuli
Wait a
Yolal.
second.
I can't help but be curious as to what exactly he was doing there. In order to help us decide on a course of action, would you mind if I asked you some questions about your home?
By all means. After all, learning about one another was the purpose of this hunt. We can talk while feasting on this fellow. I, for one, am starving.
We're eating that.
It's good to see you, Arak. I assume as good as it was treating all of us, eh? I saw you streaming it earlier as well. Solution 9 is actually yellow. The screenshots we saw were just the dress meme all over again. No. Everything is sus except the signature. Pog, it's genuine. Oh, wow, easy peasy. I mean, like, there's all sorts of things that could be in there, but like, also, why does she care if the letter is genuine is the other thing. Like, there's like, excuse me, just enough there that I'm like, noble intrigue politics, but there's also, like, the other thing is if Wukalamat's dad has two heads, right? Are they both in control of the body at the same time? Do they have two separate personalities? Is it possible one is in control of the body and then the other? So, like, her father doesn't need to sleep? Like, you know, like, having two heads is, like, barring some instances with conjoined twins and, you know, the historical problems with that sort of thing, that's not something that, like, I would just be like, oh yeah, cool, your dad has 2 heads. It's basically the same thing as, like, having 3 arms. It's like, it's not just an extra appendage, right? So, yeah. Hell yeah, you got 2 relics done, Era. Nice. Sorry. With the wildlife pacified and the researchers safe, our task is complete. That just leaves the matter of the colibri meat. For better or for worse, there's only one place we can take it to here in Charlian, the last stand. Come, let us see what Dickon can cook up for us. I didn't talk to the rest of the... I just talked directly to... Oh, man. Oh, well. It's fine. I'm sure none of them are going to give us deep, rich lore that I will immediately regret not reading, huh? As much as I, like, dunk on Charlea, it is quite gorgeous, right? It does almost feel bad that we're, like, never going to be here again. Well now, there's a famished face if I've ever seen one. What can I get you, Elish? Oh, bird meat from the hunt, you say? Leave it to me, I have just the recipe. It's a new dish I recently learned about from some sailors, and for you lot, it's on the house. Have as much as you like, you hear?
Come, come. Let's enjoy the bounty of our first outing together.
That
I
does
heard that
not-
Charlian cuisine was terrible, but this is fantastic.
That look like a bird to you? That look like a pork chop.
What is this? Oh, it smells spicy.
Oh, come now. Since when did you become so soft? It's not like we don't have spicy food in Tural, too.
According to Dickon, intensely hot dishes have become popular in Razadhan after a traveler ordered a curry with several times the usual amount of spice.
That's Zero. Zero's taste buds were
So he started offering the same
by
in
virtue
order
of
to please the
being
growing Harnish
void
population
sent.
here in Charlian.
It's nothing I can't handle.
Oh god.
Your boorish manners reflect poorly on the both of us. I wish you would consider your station.
How has Erenville before? Pretty good, right? I'd rank Erenville like 6, maybe a 6.5. Erenville, 10 out of 10. My new favorite character. Let's go. Let's go, Erenville. I agree. I concur wholeheartedly. Is this how a royal would conduct themselves?
I swear, sometimes it feels like you open your mouth only to criticize.
Would I be correct in assuming you've known each other for a long time?
Aye, thick as thieves since we were little.
Childhood friends, of course.
I beg to differ. She is a long-standing acquaintance. Nothing more.
I love him. Yeah, just like, holy shit. Where have you been all my life, Erinville?
I see. I see.
All this time you were from Tural. Oh, would that I had known sooner. There's so much I'd like to ask.
You and everyone else. I've kept it quiet so as to avoid the endless interrogations.
Well, if he's going to be a miser, I'll be happy to tell you about our homeland instead. Since ancient times, many peoples have called Tural home, and they've been fighting each other for nearly as long.
Makes sense.
The fighting finally stopped some 80 years ago, when the reigning Dawn Servant unified the disparate communities and founded a new nation.
Interesting.
And that's how Tuliolal came to be.
So it's a very young country.
Since then, we've enjoyed an era of uninterrupted peace.
80 years. Bobby
But
Baratheon's
my father
reign
is
lasted
getting
that
old,
long.
and he wishes to relinquish the throne to a worthy successor. One who can preserve his legacy. Including myself, there are 4 claimants to the throne. But while we all have the right to participate, one among us cannot be allowed to rule.
A man who is too ambitious by half. Word of the Garlean Empire's collapse has reached Tural. While most are
Okay.
simply relieved, he sees weakness to exploit and would lead our armies across the seas on a campaign of conquest.
Where am I? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm so on board.
After everything my father has done to give us peace, he would drag us back into war.
Okay.
I can't allow it.
Totally get where you're coming from, Wooklamat. This is your moment, girl. But also I want to say really quickly, the idea of going from Tural, right, which is this continent to the west, and bypassing the Ilsabard, Aldenard continent to go straight to Ilsabard is a fascinating one to me. Unlike, like, if your next door neighbor was, you know, like a strong, stable country, but then their neighbors were currently undergoing change of regime, civil war, whatever you want to call it. The idea of like trying to sail around them to invade another country is buck wild to me. But also, I mean, you know, fair enough. Things like, we've had previous historical antecedents of countries that are separated by geographical masses, right? But I just, we're getting into the political intrigue. We're also really just wilding out with this scheme, hey?
No matter what, I must win this contest.
I understand your reasons. But this being an event that will dictate the course of your nation's future, is it appropriate for outsiders like us to be involved?
Oh, it's more than appropriate. The Dawn Servant himself expressly encourages it. The ruler of Tural must navigate the intricacies of myriad cultures, and there's no better way to prove oneself qualified to do so than to work with foreign allies.
That's actually really smart.
That's why I sought you out.
That was actually
Through
really
our
well
hunt,
written.
I've confirmed that you're a warrior of considerable skill, but more importantly, one of good character as well. And so I ask you, will you lend me your strength and help me win the throne of Tulihualal? You don't need to decide right this moment. But I will need you if I'm to triumph over the competition. I'll stay here as long as I can while waiting for your answer.
In that case, allow us to prepare a room for you at the Baldessian Annex.
That's very kind of you. Oh, and one more thing. Once we finish eating, would you mind if I took the rest of the meat?
Hell yeah. You're gonna be so strong. Okay. So, here are the things. Okay. There's like, I'm not gonna lie, you thought the whole trailer keynote stuff meant the Mama Jewel guy was the royal requesting help. A little bit of that, right? Like, it gave us a little bit of that energy. Her plate has so many bones. It's true. Okay. Something that I was thinking about earlier that I wanted to talk about very quickly before we go on. I had previously mentioned during Xenos' fights how much I hate sort of scripted events that you don't really have any control over, because then sort of where's the game element to it, right? And I specifically meant that in relation to parts of the Xenos fight where it was like, you're like guaranteed to lose, right? So like, for whatever reason, you have to lose by getting to a certain point as opposed to just like getting killed by Xenos regularly. And I think game design like that is very unintuitive, very uninteresting, whatever, right? I'm much more willing to forgive Wukalamat's sort of like, oh, let me use some abilities to save you from this particular situation out of like necessity, because that entire sequence was a very sort of like narrative focused moment, and it wasn't, oh, look at how much stronger Wukalamat is than you. You'll never beat her despite doing everything exactly with all the tools we necessarily gave you. It's potentially a showcase for what the game is going, like what warrior might have in the future, like Aquila brought up, right? And then even more than that, it's in service to you getting farther in the game, right? Like when during the Omega raids we're given duty actions that don't conform to the normal like game mechanisms, that's fine because it's a new mechanic with which we can interface with it. Wukalamat saving us from a certain fight moment is a new mechanism by which we're able to observe the game and experience the game. Whereas in the Xenos fight, it's I'm Xenos and I'm unkillable because I'm a resonant soul, which will only be relevant for this one expansion, and also for Dola sometimes. So, I was just thinking about that. I was like, why am I happier with Wukalamat doing something that I can't control and I can't do than I am with Xenos? So, all right, sorry. That's me justifying my own stuff. Let's keep rocking and rolling. Okay. Yeah, I hated the Xenos fights in Stormblood when NFK. Judging by Wukalamat's reaction, it appears Turiali cuisine isn't excessively fiery. Okay. Just like talking about their food. Whether Wukalamat has the makings of a ruler, I couldn't say. But I do know that she cares deeply for her nation and her people. Whether you choose to help her, though, is for you and you alone to decide. Think on it well. Can't remember how I even tried to do Erenville's voice. Now then, it's past time I reported our mission success to the guild ship. I would have done so sooner, except Her Highness needed to have her royal meal. I shall come by the annex later. Till then... You know how in A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward, Urianger betrays us over and over again, right? Like Urianger betrays us to help the Asians. Urianger betrays us to help the Warrior of Darkness. Do you think Erenville is going to be the new Urianger? Do you think Erenville is going to like betray us for one of the other claimants, but it's like actually an 11th hour double fake out. Oh, I do need better raid food, but I'm not gonna get it here. The Coming Dawn. Grahatia is mulling over what you've learned of Wuk-Lamat and her plan. I'll have a little Erenville accident if you know what I'm saying. Well, I dare say we now have a fair grasp of Wuk-Lamat's situation. Still, you've been afforded time to consider her invitation. Why not use it to learn more about Terrell? Numenon is bound to have some information on the continent. It certainly wouldn't hurt to be better informed. Just the thought of burying myself in books is making me feel sleepy. Yeah. Forewarned is forearmed. You don't think Erenville is capable of that because he's very straightforward? I don't know. I mean, like, yes, he is very straightforward, Wildflower, but I would argue that the people who are most forthright with their thoughts are capable of the most incredible deception because everyone sort of has that reputation, right? Like, when you've got the one person in the friend group who has the reputation for always being the happy guy, and then, like, when they're angry, it hits that much harder. Erenville always being the, like, honest one. Like, again, like, I'm not the writers. Like, this is so far out there, it's impossible for me to, like, even have any grounding in reality. But, like, I'm imagining it now, right? One of the other claimants comes up to Erenville and is like, "Oh, you care for Wuk-Lamat, don't you? Then if you don't want her to get sniped by my assassins, you're going to, like, betray her and bring me the magical MacGuffin X." And then, like, right, like, we're in the moment of our highest victory, and Erenville steals it from us, and he's like, "I'm sorry, I had to do it for whatever reason," right? Like, again, completely contrived, no grounding in reality, but, like, an Erenville betrayal would rip my heart asunder. So, yeah. He had his secrets until plot required it to be spilled. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, hell yeah, Clare. Okay. It certainly wouldn't hurt to be better informed. Quite right. Not only would it help you to make an informed decision, but if you do choose to go, you would be better prepared for what awaits. Come, my friend. Let us be off to the archives. But yeah, I'll be honest, it still really depends on, oh gosh, Tuliali, and like it really depends on how things go. Tulial, I don't remember. It really depends on how the writing is done, but if half of the writing that they've put into 6.55 goes into 7.0, into Dawn Trail, I'm gonna be there for it. I'm gonna be so amped. Because you know me. You know I love, like, BS politics. I love my, like... I love my, like, fantasy, like, real politique. So it's gonna be good. Oh my god, did I go to the wrong place? Get me out of here. Alright, Greeks, if you're so smart, why is this place called Phenumenon and this place is called Numenon, huh? Oh, crazy. Oh, sure. Hell yeah. Principles of blue magic and spell acquisition. The origins of blue magic can be traced back to the esoteric practices of the Waliki, a tribe in the distant continent of Taral. The tribe holds nature in the highest, and in seeking to cultivate a spiritual connection with it, they have learned to harness the power of the wildlife around them. In exchange for teaching them the common tongue, I was permitted to live among them and train in their ways. Those days were some of the most grueling I remember, but they were tremendously rewarding. I wonder if this is, Martin's, teacher. For instance, I had the privilege of visiting Lapis Canyon, the tribe's sacred grounds. It is so named for the ceruleum deposit that wells up to the surface, turning the entire canyon a brilliant blue. Under a shaman's watchful eye, I finally managed to master the Waliki's art and make the animal's powers my own. As no name existed for it in the common tongue, I took the liberty of naming it Blue Magic. The reason I chose this color, as you will have doubtless gleaned, is for the significance it holds to the Waliki. I cannot think of a name more fitting to honor the people from whom this noble magic was born. I've got feelings about you saying that there's no name for the magic as it natively existed, because that's got some real energy to it. But obviously it's a tie-in for it's an obvious tie-in for Granville? Sorry, what's the name of the Dark Knight in the Shadowbringers stuff? Because I thought that was Granville as well. It's a tie-in for doing blue magic and the blue mage stuff, so. No, not our dark mage, not that guy. Yeah, the guy on Norvrand in the first. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Not Ciela, because Ciela's the Shadow Steward or whatever. The guy who does the tank roll quests. Because he's he's not necessarily a Dark Knight, but he has a great sword. Lines in the sand, the geopolitics of Hydaelyn. Let us begin by comparing the geographical characteristics of the three great continents and Taral. The former stretches from east to west and lies entirely within the northern hemisphere. In contrast, the latter extends to the far reaches of both northern and southern hemispheres, and a difference immediately presents itself in the form of climate variance. Shifts in climate tend to be gentler when moving east to west, but harsher when moving north to south. Owing to this fact, longitudinal migration is far more common in history, whether it be by man, animals, or plants. A case in point is the Alligans, who rose to power in Aldenod before advancing east to Ilsabard. Their movements would be mirrored thousands of years later by the Garleans. Meanwhile, although the disparate tribes of Taral waged war with one another for generations, stymied by the climate, none could make any great headway north or south. Interesting. Tribes hailing from frozen lands withered beneath the desert sun, while those that thrived in open plains could not pierce dense jungle. Such was the way of it, until the leader of the Mamulja succeeded in bringing the continent under one banner. Given the land's divided history and the reason thereof, one cannot help but be in awe of this feat. Truly, it is a testament to the Autarch's greatness. Interesting title as well. It's Grand Sin. Thank you, Presna. Not Granville. Okay. What you found interesting is that Wukalamat mentioned the reigning Dawn Servant united them 80 years ago, and now they're talking about Dawn Servants of 400 years ago. So it's an old title, not just the title of the new United Empire. Is it? Oh no, is the book gone? The book's gone, of course it is. Let me pull up the event dialogue. Do we have confirmation that... they're talking about something from over 400 years ago? Because, you can read it again. I mean, yeah, I'm just looking at, I'm just looking at the event tab on the thing because it doesn't seem like I have the option to select it again. Difference in climates, case in Point the Elegans, the geopolitics, hailing frozen lands, desert sun, open plains, dense jungle. Leader of the Mamulja succeeded in bringing the continent under one banner. Given the land's divided history, I don't think so. Go forward, game tells you you can in a bit. Gotcha. Yeah, I was just wondering where that 400 years bit is coming from, Eric, but it's a very common practice for me to jump to conclusions like 2 pages before the game actually tells me itself, so. Do we know the lifespans of Mamulja? I don't think so. The only Mamulja we've actually seen are the ones in the Blue Mage quest lines, the ones that are in Eorzea with Martin, so yeah. The flora and fauna of Tural. Every land has given rise to unique wildlife, and the continent of Tural is no exception. Yet, while some of her creatures have become a familiar sight in Eorzea, many and more exist that are rarely seen this side of the Indigo Deep. This tome introduces a select variety of species as described in the testimonies of sailors and adventurers. Alpaca? The mythical alpaca is accustomed to Tural's craggy mountain ranges. This 4-legged beastkin has been domesticated for seemingly hundreds, if not thousands of years. Their soft, white fleece is highly prized by weavers, while their strong legs and sure-footedness make them capable beasts of burdens. Weaver. This ferocious scalekin is native to the dense jungles of Tural. The Mamulja have succeeded in taming them and utilizing their prodigious strength for manual labor. Oh, that's really interesting. Wyvers are actually a part of the Dravanian horde as well in the Dravanian Forelands. The Scalekin were compelled by Nidhogg's Dragon Song, so that's interesting. Given their immense size and power, it should come as no surprise that the Wyver is also employed as a siege beast. Ooh, love me a good siege. Hold on. Enemy fortifications cannot long withstand this horned brute's rampage. Are Wyver not the flying creatures that I'm thinking of? Valig Garmanda. Okay. Thurali folklore holds that this bird-like creature is the mightiest of beasts and the very embodiment of nature's power. Whether it exists beyond myth, however, is uncertain. I wonder if there's some parallel between the giant Colibri and Vilgarmanda with Wukalamat, right? The idea that she's facing off against giant birds. Eorzean cuisine, a history. It is impossible to adequately discuss Eorzean cuisine without speaking of that land from which many of our modern-day staples hail, the far western continent of Tyrol. Okay. Ogre pumpkins, ruby tomatoes, and even the ubiquitous popoto. These crops and more that regularly grace Eorzean dining tables trace their origins to the New World as the place is known to most. Okay, this is real-world analogs with the triangular trade, as it was referred to. Sure. The tale of this culinary immigration begins in the year 1498 of the 6th Astral Era, when a Lominsan sailor named Ketenram successfully traversed the Indigo Deep to arrive at the theretofore unknown continent. Ketenram spent several moons exploring inland, in the course of which he encountered the denizens of the sprawling nation of Mamulja. He was even granted an audience with their supreme leader, whose confidence he won along with permission to roam freely. Ketenram would return to Tyrol several times, but during his first expedition, he charted the land and gathered myriad root vegetables and seeds to bring back to Limsa Lominsa. The most notable of these was the popoto, whose ease of cultivation and nutritional value saw it quickly spread to all corners of Eorzea. If you're a student of history, you know this is actually what ended up happening with the Irish, right? The whole potato famine. The whole potato famine is in part due to the fact that the potato is actually a very, adept root vegetable, or root tuber that was easy to grow, that provided a pretty considerable amount of nutrition. And then when the potato famine hits, right, and the pestilence goes through all of it, because we had a monoculture in Ireland, people suffered as a result of it. It is weird that they're introducing, like, I mean, I like conceptually understand some of the reasons for the similarities, but I'm wilding a little bit, I've got to be honest. Produce was far from the only bounty of Ketenram's expedition to Tyrol. Many tantalizing recipes, such as the bean-filled burrito. Okay, someone's just shit posting at Squeenix, right? I mean, not actually shit posting. There's precedence for this, but you get what I'm saying. Many tantalizing recipes, such as the bean-filled burrito, and gripping legends, such as that of the Golden City, reached our shores by way of his ship. For those outside of Ketenram's circle, Tyrol largely remains shrouded in mystery, yet its influence on our cuisine cannot be overstated. Many scholars, myself included, would relish the chance to immerse themselves in the culinary culture of that faraway continent. Having perused a wide selection of books relating to Tyrol, you're somewhat better informed about your potential destination. Grahatia will be eager to know what you have discovered. Should you wish to read these books again, speak with the reference page. Ah, okay. So this is the reference page, we can read the books. So, Eric, I don't know if you're still here. With regards to Ketenram's expedition being 400 years ago, while he encountered a nation of Mamulja, he did not necessarily encounter the nation of Tuliali, right? Tuliali was established within the 80-year span of the new empire by the same name, whereas 400 years ago, there could have been a nation of Mamulja in Tyrol that was not at Tuliali, right? It's possible that I'm misunderstanding, and I would be more than happy to go over some of this stuff again, because you know me. I am a weird nerd for fantasy lore. Is Tuliali following, like... I'm trying to think of, like, I don't know a lot about Mesoamerican empires, right? I don't know much about the Incans or the Aztec in terms of like their culture before more Eurocentric stuff, right? I took AP Euro. I didn't take a lot of history about Latin America or really anywhere else. So I'm very curious if there's a very specific antecedent that they're drawing from here, or if this is their own writing, because it is actually really interesting for, in a succession crisis or succession competition, however you want to describe it, it is interesting to say that because our nation is so new and such a melting pot of cultures, that the idea of bringing outsiders in to help isn't a bad thing, right? Because like we see it right now. There's a lot of societies and cultures that are much more insular and that respond to crises and threats by locking down borders, by becoming more insular. But that's also, right, has negative consequences. Sometimes you need immigration from other nations. You rely on that sort of population flow to assist with other situations, such as Japan's, sort of ailing population graphs, things of that sort of nature. So I'm very curious to see. I'm probably gonna have to do more research on actual South American and other empires, but yeah, I like the writing there. I think that's smart. You remembered them mentioning the Dawn Servant title? Might just be having holes in your brains? No sweat, dude. Yeah, it did just say the leader of the Mamulja, which the leader of the Mamulja is Dawn Servant, so I could absolutely see that connection. I don't believe it said the Dawn Servant there, but yeah. Shivers in AP, yeah. At least we didn't have to deal with whatchamacallit. The other one. Hold on. Just while I'm here. Thank you. Oh, I shouldn't have put it on my tank. I should have put it on a DPS. I'm an idiot. Oh well. Okay. I consider it a sign of a great leader when you can rally allies from foreign lands as well. Yeah, diplomacy being an important cornerstone is very good, yeah. Rise and Fall of Civilizations podcast touches on a couple ancient Mesoamerican cultures, just in case you like to learn. I do like to learn. That's not the Jared Diamond one, right? Jared Diamond did Gun Germs and Steel, which was like very Eurocentric in its perspective. Who does hardcore history, Wirebone? Yeah. It shows foreign people too trust you enough to pledge their aid, so why not your own people too? That one is a little bit tougher because then you could get into a situation with puppet leaders, I feel like, right? Like that's a part of the reason why there's like in a lot of modern democracies there's so much of a like noise about who's a citizen or not, and like the efficacy of that question mark exclamation point, right? But like the idea at least is that you don't want foreign interests to be more represented, or you don't want international interests to be more represented than national interests. But I do agree that it at minimum it shows a degree of experience, right? So yeah. You never cared for history, but now that you're taking a class to pub out your schedule, you're enjoying it. I believe that history is much more enjoyable on the collegiate level than in primary education, Battle Benoit, because the reason is that the United States, oh god, okay, I can't pop off on this. We're gonna focus back up on the game in a second, I promise. The United States education system is so focused on teaching you a US-centric narrative that spans approximately 200 years, and not even talking about modern stuff that's going on, is very curtailed to sort of puff up individual significance, right? That the piece that you're getting in K through 12 is much more rah, the US is great, versus a broader macroscopic education you get in university. Okay, we won't talk about that anymore. If anybody wants that, suggest it for Demise After Dark, but yeah. You don't know, you just listen to podcasts while you draw? All right, wise guy. All right, smart Alec. Maybe they respect that in Tyrol. Very fair, Eric. Yeah. Fall of Civilizations podcast by Paul Cooper. Okay, gotcha. And that's why it's so easily accepted that champions join claimants in the competition. If you think about it in, again, unfortunately, a sort of more Eurocentric perspective, but if you do think about it in the perspective of like duels, right? And like if you were challenged to a duel, right, you could nominate sort of a champion to represent you. I'm wondering how much or how little of that is being made manifest there as well. Yeah, like Wookalamat does not seem like she's the kind of person to be like, someone else go do my fighting for me, but I wonder if the other three claimants might have someone like that, right? Scoured the library to your satisfaction, have you? Excellent. While there are a few books wholly dedicated to the subject of Tyrol, I dare say you found tidbits of useful information scattered here and there. But come, let's continue this outside. The mammoths do not take kindly to chatter. Now then, I'm quite keen to hear your honest impressions. I couldn't help but notice that we read the very same book on cuisine. I was pleasantly surprised to find references to Tyrol within. Among them, did anything in particular pique your interest? I was rather taken with the tale of Kettenram. He doesn't have to be a Christopher Columbus analog. He could be an Amerigo Vespucci analog. Popotos, I have a newfound appreciation for them. If you didn't Popotos, that's because you've never had a delicious fried one. The legendary City of Gold. I guess between these three options, we were rather taken with the tale of Kettenram. Let's see if he's a Christopher Columbus or an Amerigo Vespucci analog. Yes, the renowned Luminsin explorer who traversed the Indigo Deep and discovered the Unknown West. Okay, Unknown West has some energy, Graha. And his accomplishments didn't end there. He traveled Tyrol extensively, and even forged a friendship with the Dawn Servant. This is what you were thinking, Era. Interesting. Sorry, for people who don't know what's happening right now and why I'm like thinking about this. You just remember them mentioning it in the book too. Yeah, no, like it could be Graha Tia being an unreliable narrator. I don't necessarily think that's the case, although they did earlier sort of put him down a little bit, right? When Wookalamat and Graha were talking about the royal family, and Graha Tia was like, oh, I thought Tyrol was sort of the land of the Mamulja. And Wookalamat's like, okay, well, you've never been there, so how would you know, right? So one, Graha Tia is just an unreliable narrator here, that the Dawn Servant is not necessarily the same thing as the leader of the Mamulja before. Two, it is the same title, and much in the same way that sovereigns accumulate multiple titles just by virtue of being sovereign, right? So I'm going to use this as an example. Again, it's very Eurocentric, and I apologize for that, but in Game of Thrones, right, the king of the Seven Kingdoms is protector of the Seven Kingdoms, or what is it? Introducing King Robert Baratheon, first of his name, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. There's like multiple titles: protector, first of the order of a certain knighthood, all of that jazz. So maybe it's the leader of Tuliali still having the title of Dawn Servant, but being separate, because they imply that Tuliali is an entirely new nation. And so using the same title of a previous nation's leadership is a little bit strange to me, but I mean, also it's possible the writers just didn't like it's also possible they just didn't put any of this amount of thought into it, right? But it has me curious for sure. Maybe the title originates from before the nation existed and was carried over. You think it's that? My problem with that, Battle Benoit. So here's another example about this. Right? Think about this is a very loose and question mark exclamation point example. But think about if you had a kingdom and you had an empire, right? And the kingdom and the empire supposedly become a new nation together. Calling what the new leader the king, or calling the new leader the emperor, has a lot of connotative association, right? Also, we know that the leader of the Mamajul nation wasn't referred to as the Dawn Servant before, because if you go back to Lines in the Sand, the Geopolitics of Heidelin, I think they called him the Autarch, right? Yeah. Lines in the Sand, the Geopolitics of Heidelin, so that's the second book we read. Given the land's divided history and reason thereof, one cannot help but be in awe of the feat of the leader of the Mamulja. Truly, it is a testament to the Autarch's greatness, and we've never seen the title Autarch used elsewhere. So is it that Autarch is the real title for Tuliali, and that he's just always was the Dawn Servant, right? Like, again, we'll never know. It probably won't end up mattering, but it is interesting to me, so yeah. Or this info could be from some other book Raha read the same time we did just now and adds to our research just now, yeah. No, for sure. Anyways, sorry, that's all besides the point. Again, if I was angry at Final Fantasy XIV for every time there was a lore inconsistency, I would have never gotten out of Stormblood. Lost in translation thing, for sure. And his accomplishments didn't end there. He traveled Tyrol extensively and even forged a friendship with the Dawn Servant. If we were able to meet Ketenram, what things we could learn. Alas, all of that happened nigh 80 years ago, and he may no longer be alive to tell the tale, to tell his tales. What do you mean he may no longer be alive to tell his tales? He's definitely dead, if it's over 400 years ago, surely. Is it a combination of two pre-existing places? Thought it was just a bunch of people coming together in a predominantly Mamulja area, so their culture was more prevalent. So again, we don't actually know, aside from just the context that we've been given so far. But it's my understanding, Battle Benoit, that Tuliali is 80 years old. This is the city-state, the nation. So in Eorzea, right? Limsa Lominsa is both the name of the capital of Limsa Lominsa and is also the city, kind of the Grecian city-state equivalent. You can also think of the Vatican in the real world, right? How there is a city and then some territory surrounding it. Tuliali is similarly a city-state, right? It's both the name of the capital and the name of the nation, but it has only been that way for a short period of time. It's my understanding that Tuliali was built within the last 80 years. So if that is the case, while it could be built in predominantly Mamulja area, it is theoretically a collaborative effort, right? Because using the kingdom and empire example from previously, you wouldn't want your capital to be in one predominant region or another. And again, unfortunately, this is a US-centric example. I can't think of any, more accurate to this particular piece. But in the United States, for example, right, the fight about where to put the United States capital was a very big deal, right? Because all 13 of the original colonies wanted that sort of control and claimant. And that's why Washington, D.C. was created as a unique city-state of its own. Residents of D.C. have their own feelings about that statement, but Washington, D.C. isn't technically a part of any other state. It is its own entity. And so Tuliali, based off of the tiny limited information we have, would operate under the same principles. Theoretically, right? It's kind of like how Ul'dah has all these subsidiary settlements around it, the Gold Bazaar, Vesper Bay, etc., but it's still all a part of the nation, the city-state of Ul'dah. So yeah. Okay, now that everyone is bored and dead because I've been talking about politics for too long, let's keep going. But moving on, did you perchance learn aught about the fauna of Taral? Given your adventuring background, I expect the topic would interest you. I learned about alpacas. I learned about wivers. I learned about the Valigarmanda. I could have sworn wivers flew. I gotta look up what a wiver looks like. Am I crazy? Oh my god, I'm totally crazy. Why did I think wivers flew? I could be thinking about wyverns, although I don't know so. Wivers were a part of the Dravanian hordes, weren't they? Wow, am I just absolutely insane? Hold on, sorry. Let me blame Battle Benoy for us going on weird lore tangents. Also me, looking up the composition of the Dravanian horde again. Volver is what I'm thinking about. Okay, this is truly nothing for no one. And you passed me an MSQ. Alright, wise guy! It's good to see you, JR. Dragons and other scalekin. I could have sworn I saw a makeup for the Dravanian horde. Ugh, maybe it's in my Encyclopedia Eorzea. That's besides the point. Okay. We're moving on. Valigarmanda. Now, why do I get the impression you're imagining pitting your skills against the Fells? Unfortunately, I found scant details on your would-be prey. One source simply described it as an enormous scaled creature, or winged creature, with scales as hard as steel that rules the skies. I should like to see it with my own eyes, presuming it even exists. An enormous winged creature with scales hard as steel that rules the skies does make me think dragons, though. Like, it could also be a bird, right? But dragon-coded? I thought I heard familiar voices. Fancy running into the two of you here. Well, well. Have some research of your own, do you? Aye. We hope to arm ourselves with knowledge that may benefit the Garlean people. Having forged a new trade agreement with Radzat Han, they will next look to foster relations with other nations. This includes former imperial provinces. Oh, every time Garlemald is brought up in this game, I swear to God. It's okay, just elect expatriate Garleans to be the leaders of your nation or your entire military armed movement, like Gaius van Belsar and the Wurlit Republic. Don't worry about it. In view of this, we hope to find hints in history of how neighbors of differing races and ideologies might engage with one another. And what of you two? What endeavor brings you here this day? So, propeller spins, we catch them up. A Quetzalcoatl reference, interesting. Velagarmanda first appeared in Final Fantasy VI and has appeared in several Final Fantasy games. And most importantly then, JR, I assume it is not a dragon. A nation composed of the disparate peoples of Terral. I dare say this is precisely the kind of example we seek. We do well to read up on Tuliali ourselves. The contest. Is Elish the only one allowed to help Wuklam out? There was no mention of such restrictions, as I recall. On the contrary, Wuklam gave us the impression that she could have several champions. DM'd me a picture, thank you, JR. I think I know how to make the most of our respite. Follow me, Alphino. We have planning to do. Alice, wait! 'Twould seem our plans have changed, if you'll excuse me. They never could rest on their laurels. Come, let us return to the annex. Look up Quetzalcoatl. You know what's funny, Battle Benoit, is I'm sure this is a very painfully incorrect mental image, but I actually know Quetzalcoatl from the Dungeons and Dragons monster manual. They're a neutral good creature, celestial creature, which is like, obviously it has real life relation, but every time I think about it, that's the first thing that pops up into my mind. Oh, interesting. I wonder if Velagarmande is a Thunderbird reference. God, I do not remember the actual name of it, but the birds that bring thunderstorms. Oh, and then that's the reason why Solution 9 is so obviously Levin-coded elementally. No, I could also just be drawing just truly arbitrary connections, but you get what I'm saying. From what you're seeing, it's fairly accurate visually. You don't know its alignment, but you know.
Oh, it's just... Despite all that we've learned, I can't help but feel we've yet to hear the whole story.
Hell yeah. Good.
What about you, my friend? Are you inclined to accept or refuse Wuklammat's request?
As of right now, Wuklammat is like, you know, I am on board. I'd never say no to a new adventure. I'm still undecided, to be honest. I'd rather not get involved in politics. I've got bad news for that last option. She's S tier already. Wookalamat is so good. We'll say that we're still undecided, to be honest. Just because we don't know anything about the other claimants, right? And theoretically, if Wookalamat becomes the leader, that means she's in charge of governing an entire nation. I wonder if this is going to end with it being like, because Wookalamat said there are 4 claimants and there's one who absolutely cannot be the new leader. I wonder if it's just going to end up becoming a triumvirate, right? All 3 of the other leaders end up jointly ruling. Something like that. You chose it because Wookalamat seems genuine. Who was it? Ever since A Realm Reborn and Ilberd betraying us as the captain of the Crystal Braves, I have never been able to be like, oh yeah, the game's first impressions are pretty reliable. So I'm still undecided, to be honest, but yeah. Your choice 2-pilled? Hell yeah, Sag. I'd rather make the right measure twice, cut once.
I don't blame you. No matter the assurances, it's no simple thing to wade into the midst of a political struggle. And in a foreign land at that.
Although that was like all of Ishgard and Heaven's Ward, right? So...
How about this then? Instead of deciding here, go there first and then decide. In the course of seeing new lands and meeting new people, you'll surely find a way forward. That's what adventurers do, is it not?
Hell yeah.
Such a journey would be the envy of many a scholar. Distant as it is, Tural remains largely unknown to us, with only meager records to be found in New.
Right, but now we have a spaceship, Graha. We do have a spaceship.
Experiences to be had. All the things you might hear, feel, and think. It's enough to stir me to the core.
Hear, feel, think. Yeah, okay, buddy.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another. Ah, but there's an idea. I have a matter to attend to at the Agora. Please, go on inside. I will join you shortly.
Uh-oh. Who could that have been? Why is he here? Yeah. Graha, wife. You know what? Of the Scions, Graha is one of the ones that I would be the most willing to ship Warrior of Light Elish with. I don't think I would, but of the Scions of the A tier, the first string, right? Sure, fine. Ilberd started sounding sus after the first couple of scenes. I don't know if I agree with that one in FK. I think the benefit of hindsight makes Ilberd sound more sus, but at the time he was just a really dedicated dude, I feel like. Graha is male wife. Oh no, there was a moment where the shot panned across Thancred, right? So we were asking why is Thancred there? Welcome back, Elish. If you're looking for Wook-Lamat, she is currently with the others in her chambers. If you'd like, I can go and fetch them for you. Understood. Please wait in the main hall. I like this room. I do feel like it's been underutilized. Also, okay, sorry. Not to just like start randomly screaming again for the 1500th time. I'm still so angry about Ilsabard. I'm so angry. What could be underneath the clouds of Ilsabard? We'll never be able to tell you. Ooh, there's just too many clouds in the way. We can travel to space, and we can construct a giant tower that gets you into the center of the planet, which is of course the ethereal sea where all of our souls go, but we can't tell you what's on Ilsabard. It's simply too cloudy there. Anyways, sorry. You chose the first option, never say no to adventure, and Gra had a completely different exit in that scene. It's very interesting. I do like seeing the different options for sure. Okay. I don't think there's anything else too interesting to talk about in here. Is this Garuda? Oh, that's crazy. I never noticed this like charcoal drawing of Garuda before. So what? These are the Cycliades. This is the first map we have of Aldenard. This is a Astrologian star chart. Airship. Okay. Let's get out of here. Seraph! I'm so sorry. It looks like there's something going on with stream elements on my side, but thank you guys for coming in. Hello! Yeah, stream elements is being a hack, but thank you so much for the raid. We're doing a little bit of patch day shenanigans, so it's good to see you. For those of you who don't know, Seraph is a fantastic streamer and a good friend. They do a bunch of really great variety content themselves and are also a little bit of a fortune teller. So if you're looking to see what your prognostications for 2024 looks like, you should go check them out. You don't want any spoilers? Totally understandable. Normally, I wouldn't stream Final Fantasy XIV this soon after it released, but all of the metrics told me I should, so here we are. Yeah, we'll catch you, Sarah. See ya.
You have the look of someone who's made up their mind. Go on then. Let's hear it.
I wish to boldly go where I've never gone before. I've never been one to turn down an adventure. I'll do it. Warrior of Light Elish. A little bit more reserved. Only a little bit, though.
Excellent. You'll be compensated for your troubles, of course. But I dare say your time in Turov will be its own reward.
You're not planning to leave without us, are you? Alizé! What are you two doing here?
We happened to cross paths at Numenon earlier, you see, and I told them about Wooklamat. And when we fortuitously met again at the Agora just now, they expressed an interest in meeting our visitor.
Ah, you must be the twins who are sneaking after Erenville as toads.
Cute.
100 things about us you could have told her, and you chose that!
First impressions last.
"'Tis an honor and a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Highness. Alphino Leveilleur at your service.
God,
And this
I
is my
hate how
sister,
much of me
Alizé.
is also Alpha now, hey?
Oh no, let's not do that. I really can't stand titles. So, you want to participate in the contest too, is that right?
Indeed we do. We've been assisting with the
Mock
rebuilding
trial
effort in
ass.
Garlemald. Yet while progress is being made, the question remains of how the nation might reconcile with its neighbors. We believe there is much we might learn from Tuliolal, a nation founded on unity. And in return for this honor, we would spare no effort in supporting your claim.
The more the merrier, I say. And I'd be keen to learn about Eorzea and Garlemald from you as well.
Having recruited so many committed and capable allies, I presume you have no need for my continued assistance?
Nonsense! Like I told you before, you're indispensable. They're strong, aye, but strangers to our land. They need someone to guide them, to point out the dangers, and spare them grisly deaths.
Also, I'm sorry. I know I keep interrupting it, and I promise I'll stop doing that at some point in time. Asking Alizé and Alphino to tell you about Garlean culture and the political scape is like being like, hey, you went to visit France one time. Tell me everything there is to know about France. Sorry, we're moving on.
I can't think of anyone better suited to that task than you. What's more, despite your assertions, I know you haven't given up on the City of Gold.
As I recall, Kryl, you were the first to state your desire to visit Tural.
Perhaps I was.
Aww.
Still, I can't help but worry about being away just when our order is beginning to find its feet again.
The Order being the students of Baldesion.
You have nothing to worry about. I haven't forgotten how you held the fort while I set off to explore Alzadal's legacy. It's only fair that I return the favor. Pray, leave the students to Ojika and me.
Aww.
But, Raha,
He'll never get to eat his taco.
You want to retrace your grandfather's steps, don't you? This is a rare opportunity, and I insist that you seize it.
Taco cat.
thank you, Raha. Thank you.
Well, looks like it's settled. I'm counting on you all to help me win the throne.
I suppose now is a good time to show you what I spent a small fortune on at the Agora.
Oh! Oh! Sorry. As I blast out some people's eardrums.
There.
Oh no.
This, my friends, is the latest map of the world, created to celebrate our friendship with the Loperids. Cast your eyes west of Sharlayan, for there it lies.
You motherfuckers.
The site of your next great adventure, Tural.
Have nothing to say about this. Nothing to say about this. Oh shit! Oh, that's the credits. Hell yeah! Yeah, made with the Loperids from space. Like imagine being like, I literally have like a god's eye view of this situation, and Mericidia is still overcast. There's like something to the east of Mericidia, which if Mericidia is Australia would be Mericidia's New Zealand. Just like, don't say anything about that. This art is really good, though, by the way. Quickly, I don't wanna glance over this. This art is good, and I like it. But just like, what was that map? And I see what you're saying, JR, about like the fact that at least they're like commenting about it, but like, I'm so tilted. Demised After Dark lore and history. I mean, if anybody wants to hear me talk about any particular topic, when you subscribe, you get to tell me what to talk about on Demised After Dark, yeah. Getting Endwalker credits was so weird and kind of sad for some reason. I get it, right? Like, it's important to do this, and then also we've been talking about like a bunch of the sort of other side characters and who their voice talent is, right? So I really appreciate being able to do it. Nabdeen, my poor boy with a face like baloney. In case you intend on sitting through the entire credits, they're 30 whole of God's own minutes. Oh no. I mean, technically we stream for 4 hours, so we could sit here for 30 minutes, hey? The art is awesome, hell yeah. The credits are a built-in timer for a Demised rant. You know? You still want the first lore? The first's lore is pretty interesting. One of the things that I always think is so funny is that the area that is more Dona on the first is, or the area that's more Dona on the source is an elven kingdom on the first, but you also still have Ilmeg, which is like a different kingdom that's supposed to be an analog for Ishgard. But anyways, it's besides the point. What kills you is that they recently added a map of the world as a housing item and then immediately updated it. Yeah, of course. Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 3. Yeah, I think Clary has it, yeah. You found a secret for controller users with the credits. We can speed them up and pause them too. I think you can you not do that on a PC version? Yeah. You didn't like how we got 5 sentences of Pictomancer lore, but 5 paragraphs of Blue Mage. I mean, the thing being that all of the Blue Mage lore that we got, Sag, already was in the game somewhere else, right? Like when you play Blue Mage, if you read the character, the class stuff there, you will uncover a lot of it, right? Okay, now do Manderville so we can do the trial. Well, I mean, if the credits are 30 minutes, you know, I can just sort of really milk this out for as much time as we can. Although, bits aside, I do want to talk about... Blue Mage is unironically to this day still some of my favorite content, despite being limited and everything, right? I do really quickly want to talk about Endwalker Post, because I don't know. I think a part of the reason why I was so violently and diametrically opposed to the sort of Dawn Trail reveals at Tokyo Fan Fest is because of how much Endwalker Post felt like it was like treasure just for me, right? Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed the armor sets from the Aether font. They're all very sort of like big shoulder pauldron, you know, like stereotypical European knight. The whole thing with the Kingdom of Baron and everything going on in the 13th, the conversation about Voidsent, and then, you know, like us going in to defeat Voidsent, bringing Zero to the first, watching the interaction of Light Aether and Dark Aether, right? Endwalker Post was like the second coming of Heaven's Ward for me. Like, there was so much in there that was so good. Like the Troyan the Fell Court of Troya is like, it lives in my brain rent free. I fucking love the Fell Court of Troya. I loved a lot of what they did with Zero. I think there were a lot of places where they chose to be restrained when maybe the story would have benefited from them committing all the way. But yeah, no, I just like, like Endwalker Post was so good for me. And I think another part of it too is Endwalker was also good, right? But I think Endwalker's like true merit comes from its narrative internal consistency as sort of a closure of a story that was told from A Realm Reborn. But like, you know, Endwalker for me, I really was unhappy with a lot of it, as plenty of you guys have noticed, right? The whole situation with Dynamis, the whole situation with Ultima Thule, with Elpis, like just throwing in time travel, the fucking magic flowers. I mean, I was pleasantly surprised that I was wrong about the magic flowers being the key to defeating Meteon, but like there was just like a lot there that I was ultimately like, this is in service to making sure that the plot works, but I'm not enjoying myself along the way. Whereas the 13th stuff, the Void stuff, was very predictable, very expectable, but honestly, not bad. Fucking loved it. I wish there was a Scarmiglione raid. Like, I am a little sad that he's just a trial. I am a little sad that he's just a final dungeon boss, because like, I would love to fight, you know, an undead guy as an entire thing. But yeah. Time to play Final Fantasy IV. Marin got us a copy of Final Fantasy IV, but yeah. You didn't like the post-Endwalker stuff, Battle Benoy. Man, that's crazy. I fucking loved it. I lost my shit over all of it. You know, and like Zero at the end going from Reaper to Paladin. Come on. That felt like a plot development just for me. I was like, yes. 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 So, you get it. If I do the trial before you have to get ready for raid, you can be there in person to watch me eat shit and die. Well, Wishbone, I was trying to be subtle about who was the person who told me I would eat shit and die during the raid, or during the trial, but I guess now we gotta be a little more explicit, huh? Oh, you technically have a team ready if we want a Manderville? What do you mean by you technically have a team ready? Is it like incidental that there are people and that they're not waiting for me? Or is it like there are people who want to do it right now and I'm like the final piece that's keeping them from it? Because y'all can do it without me. I promise I won't be too butthurt. But also I just fucking hate the Manderville questline. I'm sorry. Finding out that the Mandervillians are freaking parasite aliens from space does not make me go, oh yeah, now I want to know the thrilling conclusion of the Manderville questline. Like I just fucking like Brandahild is what I've always needed Hildebrand to be, and the fact that he's a low poly clone of the man does not make me happy, right? Like, give me more Scholastica questline. Give me more Inspector Briardian, which the fact that they didn't do that is probably indicative of the fact that people didn't actually really like that content. But like, I don't know, fucking Basil from The Great Mouse Detective is a better detective than Hildebrand. And I get that's the point, I get that it's supposed to be a little absurdist, a little surreal, but I just hate Hildebrand. Y'all already did it? Then you're not waiting for me. It's incidental. We have 7 to 8 people gathered together originally for trial, but we changed it. Y'all ain't waiting. I can take my time talking about it. But yeah. Wait, sorry. What did they address? Battle Benoit? You got a group together because you thought there was going to be an EX. Spoilers, there isn't. No. I'm sorry. Oh, they explained the Mandervillian stuff? Sure, fine. Like, I gotta be real with you, I don't like it enough to explain it. Like, okay, A Realm Reborn's Manderville questline gets a free pass. And here's the reason why A Realm Reborn's questline gets a free pass. They give us the Battle at the Big Bridge, which is the Bridge of Griffin's Crossing, which is a thing from 1.0, right? Which I love. I love Griffin's Crossing, I love Ishgard stuff, so A Realm Reborn Manderville gets a free pass for that. There's the like Gentle Dead Men, and there's that like one fate in Southern Thanalan where you just like go kill a bunch of zombies who are pretending to be, you know, like Hildebrand. Love that. Like, ARR gets a bunch of free passes from me. The Heavensward Manderville questline physically hurts me, but it did have, not Cyril. Who is the name of the Inquisitor there? Is it Cyril? They have an Inquisitor there who is like our only sort of glimpse into the Tribunal who isn't Cheribert, and I love that. Stormblood was good for the Nashu portion. Yeah, Wirebone. I 100% agree with you. The Nashu portion of the Stormblood shit absolutely knocked. Like, it was just so good. I enjoyed the heck out of myself for it. And then when you get Hildebrand again, I was just like, I feel nothing. Like, the reveal that Yojimbo was Gilgamesh the whole time, maybe that was something for Final Fantasy fans, but I was like, okay. And then like, okay, don't give me cool mind control magic and then just ignore it. Like, Stormblood is the place where all of the weapons of mass destruction showed up, and then they just went, okay, we're done with these plots now. Like, the chemical weapon that kills your Aether, weird mind control magic. Like, Stormblood had all of these like massive threats that I was like, oh my god, how are they gonna do a payoff for this? And then their payoff for it was it got killed off screen by Estinian and Gaius. Anyways. Ugh. So, my point is, I would like to come up with other things to rant about here at the end, so that way I could avoid doing more Manderville quest stuff. But I don't know that there's actually anything else that I have to talk about. Hachimachi. Yeah. Ugh. I guess... Oh god, the Golbez stuff was like very silly. I'm sure people who knew the actual plot. Oh, the 12! The 12 shit also felt like it was for me. I really liked being able to have some closure on that. Roll quest, we gotta finish that tank one. Oh no, we're gonna do Manderville. We're gonna do Manderville. Or at least I'm gonna do Manderville. I don't know if I'm gonna get to the trial in time for y'all, but yeah. Also check my fashion accessories. Okay. No cool mount for me? Okay. Spoilers, they actually run out of things to show you in the credits. So it's just like rolling on black for 10 minutes. I always feel a little bad though, right? Because it's like these people did work on the game. Like I'm not absorbing any of these names, right? But it's like, you know, your name being in the credits is your like 10 minutes in the sun, right? This is my moment in the sun. This is my moment. But yeah. Special task force, huh? Executive assistants, right? Why couldn't they keep showing you Zero, though? I mean, if I'm gonna be 100% honest about it, probably because, like, the game does use gendered terms to refer to Zero, despite the fact that Zero is supposed to be gender neutral, right? Or did we discover that wasn't the case? There was some character who I thought was supposed to be gender neutral, but then they did use gendered gendered pronouns for them, and I thought it was Zero, but like we've gone back and forth on that a bunch of times. I cannot remember. Yeah. You were underwhelmed with the end of the 12? I mean, Eulogia and that whole stuff was a little bit disappointing, but having closure about are the 12 otherwise engaged was nice. You wish Zero was a part of Dawn Trail? The Pixies are all gender neutral. I don't recall Zero being non-binary. That's what it was, yes. It was that Feo Ul is the king of the fairies, but king is a sovereign title, not a nominative gendered term. That's correct. Zero did have female pronouns to use to apply to her, which, as Wishbone is saying, I think Zero is just a butch lesbian is all. There was some conversation about whether or not Zero was non-binary, though, yeah. You enjoy them as she, them, non-binary femme, if anything, sure. The answer to which was, no, not really, right? I believe so, Lemmy, yeah. But yeah, okay. Oh yeah, so to your point, Battle Benoy, about wishing that Zero was a part of Dawn Trail, this is not any like real confirmation in any particular direction, right? But in the A Realm Reborn post, right? That's the Crystal Brave, that's Ilberd, that's all of that stuff. That stuff comes back in Stormblood. In the Heavens Ward post, right, which is a Warrior of Darkness, Elidibus, all of that stuff, that comes back in Shadowbringers. So theoretically speaking, if that general trend continues, then the the expansion after Dawn Trail will see us bring back Zero and see us go to the 13th, see us do more Kingdom of Baron stuff, all of that jazz. That's not necessarily any way. Again, I want them to like go back and do old maps again, which, as we've had numerous conversations about, is fairly hard to do and perhaps not communicable, but that's my heart's desire, yeah. Wow, you beat the game. Yeah, we beat it, Mespia. I was just talking about Endwalker Post and how, if I'm being 100% honest, just between you and me, chat, Endwalker Post is probably, I probably prefer it more than Endwalker, but don't tell anyone else I said that. I'm not going to acknowledge the Xenos comments. I don't feel as angry about Xenos as I feel about Emmett Selk, but I will not acknowledge that. Say it louder? Oh shit, really? Okay. Alright, okay. You just got here and there's credits. Did I beat Final Fantasy XIV? So, technically, yes, Techno is. There's credits at the end of every expansion. So, this is just the latest set of a long set of credits. Yeah. I'm not Emmett Selk. Just because there were a couple of times where I said the same thing as him in Endwalker does not mean that we're the same person. I hate Emmett Selk. He's stinky and also incompetent. And unless you're calling me stinky, hateable, and incompetent, we have no similarities. 6.0 dropped the evil Heidelin ball. I was okay with Heidelin being good, Theo. But I will say, like, I don't feel like they really handled the primal stuff well enough. Like, we don't really talk about all the people who sacrifice themselves for Heidelin. Like, Zodiark has this whole, like, heel turn redemption story where it's like, actually, we needed Zodiark to stop Medion, which then sort of is like, okay, well, if you did need him like that, Vana is kind of wrong, right? So anyways. Oh, gotcha. So you're done with Final Fantasy XIV then. So Technowiz, I've got good news and I've got bad news about the prospect of me being done with Final Fantasy XIV. Wait, when the frick was she supposed to be evil? So in Shadowbringers, you go to this cave in the Raktika Greatwood, right? And there is a mural painted on the wall of the fight between Zodiark and Heidelin. And Emmett Selk breaks it to you that yes, Zodiark is a primal, and so is Heidelin. And then you get the whole dun 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 about like primals being like the Scion's mission to kill primals, right? And then Heidelin, the supposed goddess who is in control of Eorzea and the planet, which at that time we thought was named Heidelin, actually being a primal as well, right? So, yeah. Emmett Selk is a bad person, but a good character. I mean, yes, he is a well-written character, but that doesn't mean that I have to like him, and I don't. I actively despise the man, who is not real. Yo, girl, she ain't real, she's just ink, but you get what I mean. Yeah, I hate the explanation for tempering. Like, it's their nature to reformat the world into one they would be the god of, like in their battles. Tempering makes complete sense. Yes, 100%. And if you take into consideration that the 12 are basically kind of primals as well, and the sort of yoke, the thing that was preventing them from acting, Heidelin never had that. And like, the thing that you could BS a little bit, right, is, you know, that long journey. I think it's beautiful. And if Heidelin hadn't been described as a primal, I think that sort of that long, staggering journey that Heidelin has to suffer and has to shoulder so much during the whole time, right? I think it would have been even more perfect. Because, again, like, the thing that they explain is that, like, oh, all the future primals that are revealed by the Asians are like corrupted in some capacity. That it's possible to make sort of a perfect primal that is altruistic. If that's the case, we should be making primals left and right, right? Like, don't build a ship, build a wind primal who can just like fly you guys over there. Or a water primal who will make the water under your ground immutable, right? Like, now that we know that creation magic has no real negative downsides, do it all the time. But maybe they'll get about that, maybe they won't. But yeah. You thought it was more so supposed to be like, maybe primals aren't inherently bad. Maybe that was what they were trying to say, but again, if that's the case, Battle Benoy, we have like maybe three data points for that, right? We have Rama in the Shroud, being a not intrinsically like sort of self-domineering primal. We have the Kojin's one, not Suzaku. I can't remember their name right now, but the like armor primal, Susanoo, thank you. We have 3 case plots for a primal not being intrinsically self-serving and evil. We have Rama, we have Susanoo, and we have Heidelin. And that's like Susanoo isn't even necessarily not an evil guy. He's just a guy who's like amused with whimsy. Rama, and then Heidelin, right? So yeah. I don't think we needed Zodiark. He was just like a stopgap measure that held off the final days. Heidelin was needed to keep our timeline and the souls that were reused to make the 13. Oh, right, the 13 I forgot, because the Watcher is technically a part of them. That's right. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit hard because ostensibly Zodiark is... Because if you didn't have Zodiark and you just had baseline Heidelin Wildflower, I think baseline Heidelin would have then turned into new Zodiark, and then the people who are worried about that abuse of power would have formed an opposition to Heidelin, right? Like it's sort of the there's always opposite, there's always light and dark, there's always the binary, which obviously we're not referring to, you know, but like opposites, the yin and the yang. I think if we didn't have Zodiark and Heidelin became the sort of new solution, it just would have all happened over again. How many things have you misperceived? Again, games are art. Everyone is allowed to have their own takeaways from it, right? Like, there's no correct way to feel when you see a painting, so... Listen, Battle Benoy. There's a lot of plot holes. You disliked how they handwaved Meteon stuff as well. I thought Meteon, once you accepted Dynamis, I thought Meteon was fairly sort of self-contained and explained. Do you have like your favorite things, Eric, there? Yeah. Do not call me Deselk, please. I thought it was the amount of Aether for a primal so much as sacrificed. So the Aether can come from Aether crystals, right? And then the thing is that it was the intention, the prayers, right? So that's why King Thornton Primal was such a big deal. That's why, right, like you had the tempering was to contribute more people to do more prayers. And that's why we were in the Coils of Bahamut, right? It's originally hypothesized that the Alligans had come up with a way to approxima the Dynamis, effectively, the prayers, in another form, but it wasn't, right? It was just a bunch of clones who were born in agony knowing the name of their primals. It's still a drain on Aether and crystals. I'm catching up, I think, almost. Oh, you think it's just Susanoo in game, but traditionally it's Susanoo. Oh, Fun fact, I am incredibly ABC banana. Ramo could be weak enough to be partially tamed by the Black Shroud spirits. I presume you mean the elementals for sure, yeah. Those things were like level 90 impossible monsters in 1.0. Very fair. Why would Hydaelyn become the new Zodiarch? She was crafted specifically to separate and bind him. I think I might be misunderstanding your point, Wildflower, and if I am, I do apologize. I think if you made just Hydaelyn and you didn't have Zodiarch, then how would Hydaelyn have been able to avert the final days? I guess is my question there. No correct way to feel about video games, but there is a correct way to feel when you see cat girls and muscle mommies in video games. To each their own is what I will say about that. Techno is, yeah. Tanking the big sword in the Susanoo. The Stormblood trials were so good. End up making the War of the Magi Part 2 by draining all of the Aether from the land / crystals. I do want to see more of the War of the Magi stuff. Oh yes. Took an absurd amount of crystals to fuel the ship. Are you talking about Ragnarok? Because you are correct, but it took an absurd amount of Aether to fuel the Ragnarok because we were going to the end of the known universe. Like, if we're just going for a quick jaunt over the mountain, right? Byakko parachute was fun. Yeah, it was. You dislike Dynamis for so many reasons. Totally valid. So, okay. These are like very hyper-specific terms, Battle Benoy. ABC is American-born Chinese, and banana is yellow on the outside, white on the inside. They're very derogatory terms that I should not help perpetuate, but in my case, it is very true. Like, I am regrettably very white in terms of like my culture and my perspective and my understanding. So, it's like when you're introducing a new dimension, it makes no sense. Rather than fighting to an understanding of the world that already exists, this was Metachlorians. It was Metachlorians for me too, Lemmy, yeah. You've never heard banana before? Oh, that was really common on the West Coast. Back when I was in California in a very specific time frame, so yeah. You thought ABC was always be Caston? Well, alright. Okay, sorry. We've finished dealing with the end credits, which is not the way that I would want to say it. Let's rock and roll. So what's next on the list? More Final Fantasy XIV techno is. Lest you wonder about your passage to Taral, Erenville will arrange a ship through his guild. You need only worry about your own preparations. Speaking of which, please take this with you. A rugged and ready knapsack. May it serve you well on your coming adventures. Now, I'm not sure when departure will be, but rest assured I'll let you know when I hear something. Till then, please take your ease. Research has proven that wearing a knapsack or similar greatly reduces the likelihood of being pestered with questions about how you can carry so many items. Yeah, fair enough. Meanwhile, in Limsa Lominsa,
when does the next ship set sail?
okay.
May I ask your destination?
The north and east, I've already seen. I suppose I'll head west this time.
Estinian, you dumb motherfucker.
West, you say?
Estinian, are you just randomly going west? Or do you have a plan? Meanwhile, in Old Charlan, he doesn't need a plan. Ah!
I see you've made up your mind. I had a feeling you'd be keen.
But to think that our comrades too are thither bound. Fate doth work in mysterious ways.
Indeed. It will be a grueling task, having to contend with them.
So they've all been recruited by different claimants?
If the prospect doth trouble thee, 'tis not too late to decline the petition. Though thine expression would suggest thou art far from perturbed.
God, I love Urianger. I hated him, but now I...
Oh, how could I possibly be, knowing what's to come?
Then let us delay no further and secure passage on a vessel.
Aye. This will be a mission.
Tancred looks at the camera. Uh-huh. Okay, bestie.
Come, my friend. We make for Taral.
Also, to people out there who are like Thancred and Urianger are just friends, Urianger charges Thancred's aether canisters for when he uses his gunblade. If that is not a civil, at least a civil union, if not marriage, I don't know what is.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World?
Fucking free me from this man. Weigh anchor now, the tide is high, and dawn of new adventure nigh. Row forth to break horizon's bond, and tread the gilded... Oh, I don't know what the last part of that was. Gilded path beyond. Okay. So Techno-Wiz, what we're going to be doing now is some comedy side quest called the Hildebrand Adventures. And they're fucking wild. Oh, what is the new title? Sun Chaser. That is very cute. We getting the trial? Yeah. We'll get the trial. The fashion accessory. We ended up getting the Gleaner outfit from Magrat, right? Oh. Actually, so I was gonna say I didn't think that it looked. I was worried that it wasn't gonna look good with armor. And there's like a little bit of clipping that you can see. But actually it looks really nice. Yeah, I'm kind of into it. Okay, sure. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go on a very quick break. You know the score. It's anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes. We try to keep it on the 3-minute side. And when we return, we'll do a little bit of Manderville stuff. But yeah. Okay. This felt like such a plot contrivance to get them all in Dawntrail. It's so weird that different contestants all want to recruit different people from Scions without trying to others like Warrior of Light too. Yeah, Eric, we'll definitely have to see how they explain it in Dawn Trail. There might be individual personalized connections, right? Because for example, Urianger had that letter. Maybe there's someone who knew Urianger who didn't know the rest of the Scions, but I agree, yeah. But yeah. Oh, Wildflower. That's so smart. Wildflower says, I actually thought that maybe the brother who went to Charlayan had befriended either Thancred or Urianger, which is why they reached out to those two. That makes perfect sense for both of them, because they would have been in Charlayan at the same time. That's actually fire, Wildflower. Yeah. It looks really good with your new cowboy glam, JR. All right, again, you cosplay as a gleaner? Hell yeah. Okay. We're gonna go on a very quick break. You know the drill, 3 to 5 minutes. Try to keep it on the 3-minute side. See you all real soon. Boy. All right, and thanks for your patience, everybody. We're gonna go ahead and go into Manderville quest stuff now. So for those of you who don't know, Manderville quest is a bunch of humorous quest lines inside of Final Fantasy XIV. It's Realm Reborn all the way to Endwalker, but there's wackiness in there too. So Manderville quests. If we can finish things fast enough, we might be able to also get our relic weapon, but that does seem a little unlikely for me. Hey. But yeah. Also, really quickly, it's good to see you, Eric. We'll catch you around, my friend. JR, unfortunately, we do have a full party, but for Dawn Trail, we are going to include... we're going to go back to the priority system. Everyone's priority is going to be reset, so anybody watching the streams will be able to join in for trials, dungeons, the whole 9 yards. And that's all explained on the Discord if anybody has any questions about that, but yeah. Okay, no sidetracking. That's the last of it. We're focusing up. Okay. Let's rock and roll. Oh my god, I totally forgot about the lion. Oh god. Of duplicity and duplication. The lion is ready to embark on his latest investigation. I physically feel ill looking at whatever this is. Oh god. Ah, hellish. You're just in time to assist with my latest fact-finding expedition. Our recent foray into Charlian revealed that Poo-Poo's friends was in the company of a Danish alchemist, yes? As such, I was inspired to do some preliminary legwork here in Thavnir. I contacted my usual sources for local sightings of alien phenomena, but alas, they had none to share. I have thus switched tactics and decided to track down this alchemist fellow instead. Surely someone will have heard the tale of an apothecary bold enough to set up shop on a Garlean battlefield. This Danish alchemist, I think, is presumed to be the one from the Stormblood stuff. The inspector and the others have been pursuing a similar line of inquiry, yet have found no leads here in the city or at the Great Work. I believe they've moved their investigation to Yettelmad, so I suggest we hurry over and join them. I cannot have that little blue man muddying the waters when we're so close to grasping his master plan. Okay. Alright. No. No. Oh, my friend is an accomplished individual, capable of astounding feats that I could never accomplish without the help of my starship's equipment. What else can you tell us about your long-lost comrade, Master Poo-Poo? This port town would be an excellent place to analyze global trading trends. Your headcanon is that Poo-Poo's friend's name is Pee-Pee? Good. Glad to know that intellectualism is alive and well. Oh my god. What did I ever make Hildebrand sound like? Oh god, it's auto-going. Hold on. I see the two of you are eager as ever to observe my inspectorial genius at work. Ah, the long-term fans are often the most ardent. As a matter of fact, we were just about to continue our investigation into the alchemist we know to have been traveling with Master Pupu's comrade. I mean, that is to say, I am merely following in the inspector's wake. Oh, Brandehild. You needn't be so modest, my dear Inspector Brandehild. 'Tis wrong of me to comport myself as an equal to you all in any respect, for I am but a copy, and a flawed one at that. Stuff and nonsense. Clone or not, self-depreciation is unbecoming in a Mandeville man. Exactly. The things you can do are amazing. Oh, I don't know about that. 'Twas you who saved Elish from certain doom, was it not? While not quite as alacritous as mine, your rapid reasoning is nevertheless quite effective. 'Tis kind of you to accept me, rough edges and all. I only hope my meager contributions are of some small assistance. Too modest by half. I'd say his mental faculties far surpass those of the original. That's enough chin-wagging amongst ourselves, I think. Let us spread out and learn what the locals know of this adventurous apothecary. Oh man. Looks like the hunt train drama continues. Yes, I know the one of whom you speak. A fellow fisherman told me of a friend of his, an apothecary, who set off for war-torn Garlemald to sell his medicines. A reckless fool, if you ask me. I've no interest in the affairs of such men, but you do, I take it? If so, I suggest you head to Usquewick and hear the tale for yourself. Look for a red-haired lad there, gathering shellfish. Hunt train drama, there's just a bunch of like noise about the different way data centers do hunt trains in NA. And so apparently there's like a hunt train war going on where like people from different data centers are going and like taking out the hunt marks before the trains go on. It's all a bunch of noise. Apparently it's happening with the Shadowbringers hunt train right now. Do I know any apothecaries in Radzathan? Of course, more than I can count. I've not heard tale of anyone peddling such goods in the heart of the Empire, though. Seems a most terrible idea to me, what with the civil war raging and the world almost ending. The situation's improved in recent days, but even so, the Radiant Host still has to provide security for cargo shipments. A lone merchant trading there alone? Impossible. Imagine thinking you own open world hunts. Wait. What do you mean by that, Euphine? Oh, I'm sweating. Oh, I'm sweating. I like the hunt trains. Inspector Brandehild is possessed of a brilliant mind. If he were willing to work at the Thavnarian Truth, I'd employ him in a heartbeat. You lost 10 tomes because someone sniped it? Yeah, exactly. It was apparently Murderer and then somebody in Ilmeg, right? Little Murderer and whatchamacallit? Oh, actually, hold on. I get that there's a community to hunts, but it's open world content. To be upset over people sniping it sounds entitled. I don't know. Yeah, that's fair, Euphine, I suppose. Like, the problem to me, though, is, like, it's tragedy of the commons, right? Like, take it for this perspective. If one person gets the kill, that's the 10 marks. If 5 people are working on it together, the mark doesn't go away. The mark is not divided amongst all of the people. Everybody gets the marks. The number of public good that comes from it is significantly increased. If you don't know and you do it by accident, that's one thing. But if you're like purposefully going out and you know there's a hunt train that's coming because it's waylaid through like multiple different mediums, Faloop, crossworld link shells, etc., just being like, well, I'm just going to do it myself anyways because, is kind of fucked up. Yeah, it's unfortunate if someone snipes, but if you're going out and purposefully doing it and to be a troll, that's messed up. Yeah, like, to be clear, right? If somebody says it's open world content and so therefore I don't feel that I'm beholden to it, I think that's a really messed up, like, entitled way of thinking itself. But I don't think it's necessarily, like, wrong on a factual level. Do I think you heard that there was a hunt train coming, and so you're doing everything in your power to be ahead of the hunt train and snipe all of the targets before the train gets there? I think that's fucked up, right? Like, you didn't do the work scouting those targets. You're just taking advantage of other people who did to kill it before the train gets there. I just can't understand how you can be such a no-life that you go out and disrupt people's fun. I mean, that's their fun, right? Is going out and doing it before the 50 people who agreed to collaborate together to get there does it. Conductor gives location a few seconds before moving. Everyone has radars. I mean, again, like, I don't want to go into the hunt train debacle. This is a part of the reason why I've really just moved back to doing my dailies, but the A ranks spawn, what is it, once every 12 hours within a certain window of statistical probability. The S ranks are much more difficult to do so, but either way, right, like, to me it just speaks to a fundamental lack of discipline to be like, well, I just want to kill it anyways, right? Like, and to be clear, there's a lot of people out there whose work life schedule doesn't allow them to get on hunt trains. I get that, but that's why the daily hunts exist. I don't know. I'm deeply in the hunt train community, so maybe I've just drunk the Kool-Aid too much to, like, look at a worldview that isn't that. But you know. How fare your inquiries? If I may, are you perchance acquainted with any reckless alchemists? Inspector Brandehild, a blocky man of quality. I drank the Kool-Aid. All right, Clary. I'll remember that. You feel like hunts could have been so much more, but with hunt trains, it's just 50 plus people coming to stomp a poor monster. Anyway, sorry for sidetrack, get back on the hill to grind. Oh no, trust me, I'm happy to deviate whenever you guys bring it up. And since there's achievements behind those hunts, how does going on a hunt train get you less than being... Okay, sure, yeah. You think that's kind of what the world boss fates tried to achieve? The world boss fates, I think, are kind of perfect, but that's a bias. I know of many merchants who travel abroad to ply their wares, but none who have business in Garlemald. You'd have to be mad or desperate indeed to consider setting up shop in that troubled land. I mean, word is we've signed some kind of trade agreement with the Garleans, but it's still not the kind of place where one simply wanders in and opens a street stall. Right, but why solo it? Like, if you're going for an achievement hunt, I can't. I won't. Oh my god. Sorry, I wish I could help you, but I think I'd remember if someone mentioned a trading venture in Garlemald. Oh, I'm trying so hard right now. Okay. Enjoy your single-player experience. Strange situation, excluding trolls, they just suck. There's no official way to do a hunt, so therefore there's going to be a conflict in executive, in executing hunts. We can't do this right now. Oh, God. And at the end of the day, it do just be a video game. It do just be a video game, but also... we can conclude with, to each their own. Yeah. Ah, Elish. I hope your questioning has borne fresher fruit than mine. Oh, a good friend of the alchemist in question, you say? Then let us gather the troops and pay a visit to this felicitous fisherman. Oh no, it's Nashu's stalker. The story of my apothecary friend. Oh, you must mean Baharasaf. Well, I was near enough to calling it a day anyways, so here's what I can tell you. Baharasaf comes from a very poor family and, growing up, never had much in the way of money or possessions. I suppose those experiences are what led to his lifelong obsession with gaining wealth. After trying his hand at a succession of trades, he decided alchemy would earn him the most skill, but his stock never sold as well as he hoped. So, when he heard about the internal strife in Garlemald, he saw it as a golden opportunity. Surely the middle of a war was the best place to sell medicines. More like the best place for near-death experiences. He soon gave up on his Garlemald adventure, but while one would have expected him to return lamenting his ill fortune, Baharasaf was practically euphoric when I saw him last. A God's given blessing he'd found in the snowfields had given him much cause to celebrate. He said he'd learned how to create gold. I must admit I laughed at first, but then he showed me a gleaming mountain of the stuff, enough to proclaim himself a merchant prince. He even changed his name to Van Hoody, a word which brings to mind the bounty of the divine. A name I have heard. He's the rising star in the markets, is he not? The one snapping up commercial ventures left and right? Yes, Van Hoody has certainly made his ambitions known here in Thavnir, especially when he attempted to purchase the entire port of Yedelmag. The dockmasters decline to sell, of course, but when it comes to buying historic landmarks, a bottomless purse can open surprising doors. Last I heard, he converted the Gilded Araya into a private abode, and has been filling it with every rare treasure his gold can secure. He pays out particularly large sums for artwork depicting the goddess Asura. I remember him being a fervent worshipper of hers, even as a child. I've encountered much Menusa and Murga lore in Radzat Han, yet I recall no mention of this Asura. Well, that's hardly surprising. As a deity of war, she is not well loved by the common folk. Baharasaf is different, though. He sees life as a constant battle to amass wealth, and it is to Asura whom he prays for victory. And damn me if she didn't listen. That once poor boy became merchant royalty, a man far too rich and important now to afford more than a fleeting moment for a simple fisherman, even those who once were his dear friends. Ahem. If you'll excuse me, I really must leave it at that. These clams won't sell themselves, you know. Baharasaf is the solo hunter, and the red-haired fisherman is another person who would have gone on a hunt and unfortunately missed out because Baharasaf is a selfish jerk. Sorry, we can't. I'm truly just like swinging at like no one right now, but like, either the rising tide raises all ships, or I'm going to sink you with a torpedo. How about that, eh? Our sought-after apothecary and the upstart merchant prince were one and the same. Might we assume the blessing he stumbled upon in Garlemald was a certain alien craft and its occupant? Sorry to intrude, but aren't you the hero who helped us when folks were turning into beasts? Well, some nasty-looking creatures just showed up outside of town. One of our guards went to confront it, but I don't like her odds against that thing. This sounds like a case for Inspector Hildebrand. Come, friends, let us investigate forthwith. Oh no. I thought you destroyed that monster. I have the situation under control, citizens. This individual bears a strong resemblance to a known fugitive, so I thought it prudent to investigate. Regrettably, he has proven less than forthcoming with answers. How many times must we teach you the same lesson, shiny skullman? Lesson? What are you on about? Oh no. Bah, cease this babbling and get out of my way. Lord Van Hoody's orders are to cause trouble at the port, and I'm running behind the schedule. Van Hoody? The merchant prince who tried to buy Yevilmat, so he put you up to this. Curses! How did you manage to deduce our dastardly plan? You blurted it out. Silence! No one who learns of our scheme can be suffered to live. Prepare to be squashed, meddlesome worms. Three more sinister skullmen? Was the doctor a quadruplet? Oh boy. Oh, Juliana. Sure, okay. Mother? Vexatious vermin! This will soften you up. Sure. Bah! A lucky hit! Oh no! Hell yeah. God, I hate Manderville. One last pitch. God. But I thought you were pitching them. Why are you pitching it though still? Everyone's left. Oh my god. Unlimited heavy hitters special. But that was my fastball! You bet it that sounded so much cooler in Japanese, for sure. Or maybe not, right? Like maybe it's a play on the like weird names of moves. If I've never wanted to see Elish play baseball, I have no taste. This cutscene is everything. Wishbone, you have never been wronger in both of our lives. Team Rocket's blasting off again, exactly. I've come to expect father's sudden appearances, but what brings you here, Mother? Juliana was much more featured in A Realm Reborn's cutscenes, and then doesn't really show up for a lot of the other ones, although she's gotten more of an appearance in Endwalker, yeah. A proposition from that merchant Van Hoody, as a matter of fact. I'm accompanying... Oh, wait, no. A proposition from that merchant Van Hoody, as a matter of fact. I'm accompanying your dad as a manager for Manderville in Manderville, and we were just on our way to the bloke's mansion. Oh my god. Wirebone, listen. I've already refused Master Van Hoody once before when he tried to buy out our commercial empire. This time, however, the deal concerning offloading a quantity of gold at wholesale prices is quite an attractive offer considering fine jewelry is our stock in trade, and we thought to at least listen to his proposal. But if he would purposefully command his lackeys to disturb the peace of a public port, we can't do business with a thug like that. Absolutely not. Where did all these lackeys come from in the first place? Is there a hulking weaponized brute manufactory around here somewhere? As I suspected, my ship's vaporization beam is configured to expunge only replicated matter. So you can copy inorganic materials as well. How interesting. Once the matter duplication facility has analyzed an object's molecular structure, it can generate any number of copies. Yet it cannot create matter from nothing. A requisite supply of aether must be on hand to facilitate the process. Core, you sure do know a lot about a lot, Inspector Brandehild, even alien starships. Tis no great achievement. As I've mentioned, the gaps in my knowledge were patched with data from the starship's own archives, which included the vessel's full schematics and functions. Assuming I understand this correctly, is it possible Van Hoody is using the repaired alien craft to replicate piles and piles of gold? We share the same suspicion, Master DeLion. To my knowledge, no other method exists that can reliably produce precious metals. Do we not have a Philosopher's Stone in this world? Of course, 'tis the obvious conclusion. That being the case, one might further assume that Van Hoody is either threatening or deceiving Master Poo-Poo's comrade in order to gain access to the vessel's superior technology. Our course of action is clear. We march right up to this gold spawner's front door and demand the release of his extraterrestrial hostage. I was hesitant to put stock in the unsavory rumors I've heard, but this unprovoked attack on the port would seem to be incontrovertible proof of Van Hoody's villainy. Good to see you, Elish, and good to see you're still keeping company with our darling boy. That blocky lad a new friend of yours. Smooth off the edges and he'd be the spitting image of our Hildy. The Inspector's mother is as monstrously strong as the Manderville men. Except, that doesn't make any sense. Why doesn't it? It's not that the men themselves are the aliens, it's the parasite, right? All this talk of threats and deceit has me worried. I am given to understand that, while identical in appearance, the craft belonging to Master Poo-Poo's comrade is equipped with more advanced technology. That was a smashing hit, Elish. We must confront this malicious merchant at once. If your heart's set on confrontation, then you may as well come with us. Van Hoody's invitation included a private airship flight to his new estate. Aye, we still need to formally reject his deal anyways, and his pilot will be waiting. Let us take this Van Hoody to task, and bring an end to this case once and for all. Okay, nobody's dialogue changed, it looks like. Yeah, okay. Gentlemen at heart, Godbird is ready to lead you to Van Hoody's waiting pilot. Shall we be on our way? We're to meet Van Hoody's pilot atop the rise just south of Kajaya's footsteps. I don't think that's how you pronounce it. But oh well. Is the music? Is the night music for Razathan always been this? Because it's like absolutely popping off. That's crazy. I don't think I've been at Radzat Han at night then. Lord Godbert, Lady Julianne. And entourage? Pray excuse our presumptuousness. My son and his companions insisted they come along, desperate as they were to meet with the illustrious Master Van Hoody. I see. One moment, if you please. Oh, excuse me, Wirebone. I thought Thavnir was the name of the landmass, like the way Vilbrand is the name of the landmass, and that Radzat Han was a city-state as well. Am I wrong on that? Like referring to someone from Eorzea as Aldenar, right? Rads is the city proper. Is Radzat Han the only non-city state? Oh, that's crazy. Alright, I'll try and remember that for future. Lord Van Hoody should be glad to welcome you all to his home. Pray, step aboard and I shall take you there directly. Yeah, I just sort of defaulted to calling the cities and the states the same thing, because the Garlean Empire is named after Garlemald. Sharlayan is the name of both the city and the state. Same thing with all of Eorzea, same thing with Authard, right? Doman Castle for Doma, or Doma Castle. That's weird. Because you have the smaller towns like Yeddelmad and Palaka's Stand. Are you sure? Because the same thing is... Because, like, Ul'dah is both the city and the name of the country, right? Because Thanalan is the name of the region. But... Huh. I'll have to look this up later. I trust it, but as we've done before, I like being able to verify from sources in-game, so I'll do a little hunt around. You don't call your Warrior of Light Hainish, even though he's half Thavnarian, because he's not from Radzat Han. Really? Interesting. But, okay, and again, just like, I'm just not 100% sure on the similarities. To use a mutual acquaintance, right? Ruckus's character calls himself Ul'dan, despite the fact that he's from the Gold Bazaar. I thought Hainish was just, like, referring to something being Eorzean. Also, sorry, right, I'm being sidetracked again, hold on. Welcome, honored guests, to my humble abode. I trust the view is to your liking. Since you traveled all the way from distant Ul'dah, a pleasant backdrop to our talks was the least I could provide. You let me think on that while you dip for raid. We'll catch you around, Wirebound. And what an unexpected boon this is. I had been debating when to extend you a personal invitation, but now here you are, like a wish come true. Save your axe for the magistrates, Van Hoody. We know the secret of your ill-gotten gold. You will cease the exploitation of alien technology and release your hostage into the care of Master Poo-Poo at once. Unraveled all my schemes, have you? Good. I needn't waste my breath on tedious explanations then. Damn. This is Master Poo-Poo, I presume. I do have his fellow alien here with me, yes. As for exploiting their technology, I freely admit to duplicating a quite frankly obscene amount of gold, but that was merely the beginning. Imagine making copy after copy of the deadliest weapons in existence. Would not the world itself be yours for the taking? Let's get straight to the point. I want you at my side. With the vaunted Warrior of Light as the template for my clone army, we could conquer this and every other land in creation. Kind of flattering in a way. Hainish housing items give you a Thavnir vibe. Well, so this is the problem with geographic location versus the idea of the nation as a cultural entity versus the idea of a country's boundaries, right? Oh god, sorry. I'm getting back to it. I refuse, categorically and emphatically. That's not a bad idea, actually. I can't choose option 2. That's not Warrior of Light Elish. I couldn't. But yeah, so the problem is, Ishgard is the name of the country and the city-state, but the name of the zone, the region, is Coerthis, right? So that's the disagreement we're having about Thavnir versus Radzat Han. But also, right, if something is of Ishgard or Ishgard's culture, then it's Ishgardian. Hainish, for the most part, seems to be applying to a cultural thing, so that's besides the point. Option 2, okay. That is the first thing that I said, and it's not like Manderville is actually canonical, right? That's not a bad idea, actually. Ah! Ha ha ha! A splendid jest, my friend. A splendid and not at all indicative of suppressed megalomaniacal ambitions jest. Yes! Oh my god! All of the cast of Manderville looking directly at the camera. Of course it was. Our redoubtable Elish would never dream of accepting such a contemptible proposal. Oh my god. A pity. Yet I anticipated you would prove an impediment to my ascension. Yes, it seems the time has come to test Lugay's ritual of manifestation. All was prepared long in advance of your coming. This tower holds not only mundane treasures, but also caches of crystals. Oh, so are they going to be summoning primals? As for the requisite congregation of worshippers, well, I had but to clone myself. After all, who is more devoted to my cause and my goddess than me? Oh my god, wait. Divine Asura, take up thy blades and wage war upon mine earthly rival. Marin, that was a good call. Nay, Hildebrand, against a primal we may be more hindrance than help. We dare not remain within its sphere of influence, because primals do temper. Akuri572, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Best of luck, my friend. I must make a gentlemanly withdrawal. Aww. Damn, hello. You don't say. The Gilded Araya. Sure. And there's no EX version of this? Okay. Sadly not. Damn, okay. This place is gorgeous, though. Oh, all right. Technically it is 10, so we should call the stream. But let's get this out of the way, hey? No cliffhanger, angry? You sure? But we could have the thrilling conclusion. I wonder if they're gonna have us do the, how they're gonna have us... Is it going to be like a party of adventurers, like they used to call it? Or is it going to be the summoning from us using Azim's crystal, or what? Also, the idea of using clones of yourself to summon a primal is so wacky. False Menusa Asura. Oh my god, we only have one healer? Well.
I am Asura, and on battle ride.
Sure.
Have you the courage and strength to face me?
Lower round.
Will you dodge, or will you bleed?
Okay. Sure.
The frail shall fall. You've not
no,
time
that's
to
not how I'm
blink.
supposed to do that. Oh well. Ephemerality. Let's see if that's a raid wide. Okay. Oh no, it's not. What the hell is happening? Ah, I see. Okay. Cool, 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 cool.
Tremble before the might of the minutiae.
What?
Come forth, embodiment of carnage.
The fuck?
Revel on the bloody field of war. The spirit
I mean, we love a
of
giant
battle
woman.
awakens.
All I wanna
Sharp
do
is
see
the
you turn
lesson.
into a giant woman, a giant woman. All I wanna do is see you
The
turn
weak
into
shall
a
perish.
giant woman. Oh, I see. So what Asura, what little Asura does, is what big
Fear
Asura
the
does.
gleaming edge.
Gotcha. So we're gonna want to be up here next to the big icon. Hell yeah.
Unmerciful light shine upon you.
Okay. So it's gonna like come out slightly tilted to her right. So we're gonna want to be slightly tilted to her left. Oh God! Nope.
Behold the sixfold blade.
Okay. Well, this is gonna suck. Yep, it's bad.
Fury be my strength.
Okay, so I want to be on the opposite of the color, presumably? Hell yeah.
I will scatter your bones. Show me your steel.
Blade scatter? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Lower Realm was not a raid wide. Lower Realm was a raid wide. Good.
The spirit of battle awakens. Unmerciful light shine upon you.
Okay. No, that should be...
Show me your steel.
If Little Asura is doing what Big Asura is doing, this should be the safe spot, shouldn't it? Oh my fucking god. What does this mean? I fucking hate this video game.
Hear the gleaming
Oh my god, okay, so we gotta be standing in front of that one. Oh my god, what? Fine.
Sharp is the lesson.
Oh, it's a little bit like the Dragon's Eye, actually, for Unreal Thornton. A little bit. Not really actually, but yeah.
Behold the sixfold blade.
Not again. This is just rude at this point. Fuck you. Pardon my language. Oh, it's bad. Man, having two healers would be nice.
The face of battle is ever changing. Joyful is your downfall.
Right? We want to be on the opposite color? Yeah, okay.
I will scatter your bones. Will you dodge or will you bleed?
We got through it fine. All right. Well, thanks everybody. I think somebody just left, but in no particular order. You know the crew. We love them. Beau Bluet, Clarice Fenrose, Aquila Rel, Eufine Ristarte, no longer Manil, now actually Mala in both sides, and some random stinky elf. Who got out? Susie also left. All right. Okay, we leave now. Goodbye. It's Atlan, our good friend. Sixfold Blade was bullshit. The clipping on that mechanic is so bad. Yeah, what was going on there, Sag? It's not exactly 180 degrees, yeah. We did have exactly one healer. Yeah. You forgot I do that? Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal either way. But appreciated you coming, Susie. Good show, Elish. Twould seem you thoroughly trounced that pesky primal. And even as we speak, mother and father should be informing the radiant host of that despicable Van Hoodie's wrongdoings. The divine Asura defeated. Turn the wheel. We flee for now. Who is flying the starship without my permission? That treasure is mine, and mine alone. You called your vessel, Master Poo-Poo? No, I did not. It is my friend's ship. Your first time you had 7 vulns, you ate every blade dance? Oof. Wait, so if Poo-Poo's friend was safe and fine the whole time, I don't understand. Also, is Poo-Poo's friend just a clone of himself? At last, this moment of sweet reunion is at hand. I am so relieved to see you safe. Likewise, my friend. But why did you open fire on the airship? Didn't that man help you after your crash? He did, at first. He pulled me from the wreckage and saw to it that my vessel was repaired. So, in return, I replicated whatever trinket he desired and taught him the basics of starship technology, but that resolved to be a terrible error in judgment. When I was infected by one of this star's unique pathogens, he took advantage of my weakened state. He seized my ship, flew me out to the jungle, and there left me to die. What the fuck? Asura is the trial from NA FanFest, so they just put it into the game. Don't know how it makes sense lore-wise, though. So they were saying earlier that Asura is Menusa of War, right? And that Van Hoodie, original name Barazahef, worships her as a goddess of war. With the actual and then they did some like backtracking about how Van Hoodie cloned himself using Poo-Poo's friend's spaceship, and that all of the clones of himself were what was used to form the prayers, and that there were just a bunch of aether crystals inside of his tower to summon the primal. It follows about as much internal consistency as Endwalker does, right? So Asura is also a Final Fantasy IV reference, if you're not mistaken. Interesting. Damn, I really gotta play 4. Holy moly. Slowly, agonizingly, I was able to synthesize a cure for my affliction. And then I came back to reclaim my property. This experience has led me to conclude that the dominant sentient life forms here are dull-witted, cruel, and entirely unsuited to peaceful cohabitation. We must launch a full-scale invasion. It is the only way to guarantee our survival. Damn, we're fucked. No, they are not all like that. These ones have been nothing but kind to me. Oh yes, they're all smiles until they laser you in the back. We have to strike first before they show their true colors. Uh-oh. Aww. Poo-poo. The ship's reactor core has been breached. If it explodes, everyone in the vicinity will be atomized. And we're all in the vicinity. Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh my god. Think, damn it, think. If I'm to stop the explosion, I need to traverse the considerable distance to the starship. But I can conceive of no logical solution. Here we go. It's Hildebrand. It doesn't need to be a logical solution. Inspector Brandehild, you must employ my father's mighty moves to propel me to the vessel. I too have calculated that Lord Godbert's signature techniques are our only means of achieving sufficient propulsion. Yet there is a flaw in your proposal. I lack the strength to properly perform the throw, and I've no time to teach you the starship's controls. Inspector Hildebrand, it is you who must fling me. No, Brandehild! Skyward, as only a Mandeville can. No. I fucking hate the Manderville questline. I lost my grip. Brandon! Given my trajectory and velocity, the correct shift and posture should generate enough lift and processional motion to, yes, I can still make it. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Fucking Hildebrand. Brandahild, my sweet king. 'Tis too late. The reactor is going critical. There's only one way to save the day. Sayonara, Brandahild. No, Brandahild. I'm genuinely very emotional about this for no explanation. Inspector Brandahild. Our brief time together was more than any defective clone could ask for. Be well, my friends. Brandahild, my king, my liege. Is this case closed for Inspector Brandahild? Nay, my loyal assistant. As a chip off the old gentleman, our dear Brandahild has surely survived to tell the tale. We shall see him again, mark my words. Ain't no way Brandahild is coming back. He's too precious and perfect for us. You rescued me, even though I tried to incinerate you with high-intensity plasma blasts. Even at the cost of one of your own. If only I could make amends and earn your forgiveness, but alas. There is naught to forgive. With his blocky constitution, Inspector Brandahild will be fine, I assure you. As a friend of Master Poo-Poo, you are a friend of ours. And what are a few minor plasma burns among friends, eh? Our home planet. It was lost to the phenomenon you call the final days. We survived only because we were away exploring the cosmos at the time. Our explorations, which had heretofore served no purpose but curiosity, shifted to a search for safe haven. We visited countless stars, but all had succumbed to the same insidious ruin as our own. Growing desperate, we decided to settle on any suitable refuge we could find, whether it was populated or not. If native beings were hospitable, we would live peacefully alongside them. If not, then we were prepared to claim a new home by force. So it was that I arrived at your miraculous planet. Lulled by the apparent absence of metaphysical chaos, I blundered into a mundane war zone, where I was promptly shot out of the sky. The rest you already know. Having fallen behind during our search, I hurried here when my communications received no answer. That was when I met you, Inspector Hildebrand. Those touched by the despair of the final days are reduced to beasts. Given our savage willingness to invade your star, it would seem that, in a sense, we fell prey to that despair after all. Fortunately, my encounter with you generous people brought me to my senses, an outcome for which I am profoundly grateful. I've learned the errors of my ways, and will not poach hunt targets from trains ever again. That said, there is nowhere else for us to go. Would it be too much to ask for us to live here, on your star? Well, of course you must stay. Shh. That's a secret just for you and me, Saj. No one else is here. And I suspect you'll be wishing to repair your damaged vessel. I assume Godbert takes out his magic hammer and does one solution, right? Oh my god. Nice. Hell yeah. Classic. Oh, Inspector, not again! Wait for me! Finally, he's gone. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Never a dull moment around our Hildebrand. At least we needn't worry if the ship crashes. Not with an impervious Mandervillian on board. Ah, funny you should mention that. Upon reviewing the Mandeville family tree, 'twas made clear that a lord without heirs of his own passed the name to an adopted child several generations ago. Are you saying that you and your son are not direct descendants of Godbrand, the alien progenitor of the Mandervillian line? Then how do you explain your unnatural sturdiness? When it comes to building strength and perfecting gentlemanly technique, 'tis not one's lineage which matters, but rather the unbending conviction within one's heart. Though Godbrand's bloodline be broken, House Manderville shall live on through us. Just because you're healing a raid doesn't mean you're not alt-tabbing for the react. Theo, we've said it all! Theo, we've said it all! It's just Manderville! Hey, what else is there to say? If the begoggled boy can't swallow that explanation, I've also heard talk of some unseen power driven by feelings and emotions. Could be that you and Hildy tapped into that cosmic essence. Oh ho ho ho! If that's the case, then you must be positively swimming in it, my dear. Every, thing appears to be under control here. So let us return to the city, shall we? Damn. Nidhogg? I do like Juliana a lot. I was really sad that she didn't show up in more stuff, yeah. Once more do I find myself hurtling at superlative speed towards an unknown destination. Another day, another thrilling case for Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. Alright, we'll do Relic Quest next time, but we gotta finish it, surely. I'm not gonna remember any of the bullshit that just happened next time. Thanks to an enlightening conversation with Master Poo-Poo on the way back, I believe I have the answers required to proceed with our weaponsmithing project. God, Marin, you know what sucks? You know what sucks about the fact that you told me it was a bait? Like, they just introduced the concept of Mandervillian aliens apropos of nothing. It didn't matter. I'm so angry. Ugh. I trust the endeavor yet holds your interest. Pray inform Master Geralt of your willingness to assist, and my hammer and I shall make all haste to the High Crucible. Lost to Red Herring. I'm so angry. At least the Superman explanation, as intensely aggravating and, like, frustrating as it was something, right? At least, like, the whole, like, oh, actually, you're a Kryptonian, and gravity is heavier there, so therefore, when you came to Aetheris, you were much better. At least that explanation was like, okay, you know what? In the infinite universe of infinite possibilities, sure, fine. Manderville. Fucking Manderville. And with that, I bid you good day. Thank ye all for looking out for our beloved son. I'm sure him and the blocky one lad'll be back for more cases afore you know it. You've gone above and beyond for us, Elish, and I'd like you to have the one replicated starship we made. It doesn't have the duplication facility or other such technology on board, but it will carry you through the skies. Use this key to call it whenever you wish. No. As for the two of us, we've decided to get to know our new home better by embarking on a journey of exploration. And so, this is where we must say our farewells. Thank you for everything. We are fortunate indeed to have met you. No. It seems Poo-Poo wasn't planning an invasion after all. He even tried to stop his friend from launching an attack. I'm calling an end to the investigation, Elish. Your unfailing support during this entire ordeal has been most appreciated. Thanks to you, I was able to observe the inner workings of Charlian and even traveled to the surface of the moon in search for the truth. And when my own conspiracies threatened to blind me, you were there to open my eyes to the true shape of things. Because this world yet harbors its share of the strange and the inexplicable, not the least of which is the source of Hildebrand's impossible physiology. If not an alien, then... mayhaps he's the product of a hyper-advanced civilization from the distant past, the descendant of some gruesome biological experiment? Someone needs to plumb the depths of these unexplained phenomena, and I am the very man for the job. I hope I never see you again, DeLion. No offense, my guy. Oh, boy. Hildebrand now tied to Cosmic Exploration 7.x, I bet? Oh my god, almost certainly. Oh, of course, their little outro thing. I will say I'm still not excited for cosmic exploration, right? Alien blood never flowed in their veins. Their source of strength an enigma remains. A dynamic folk, their clothing bespoke, a gentlemanly family, the good house Mandeville. A true inspector is born from the heart. La la li la 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 dee 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 da. Nope, I'm not doing the rest of this. It was cute. It was a classic Manderville quest. This certainly was one of the quests of all time. I am a coward, Sag. It's true. It's regrettable, but it's true. Is this Nashu's stalker? I don't understand. So Nashu has a Lalafell stalker who like has been following her around through all of the expansions. I'm not super stoked with what they're doing with it, but the purpose of it is supposed to be for comedy, right? He's working out, therefore he'll save you in 7.55. I mean, a true gentleman is born from the heart, Fia, right? Brandahild? Brandahild! Hell yeah. Hell yeah, King. All right, friends. Well, that's gonna do it for us. Thank you guys all so much for being here and for hanging out. I appreciate y'all. GG, yeah. It's a little weird being streaming content on patch day, but you know, here we are. Thank you for the stream. Thank you guys so much for being here and for hanging out. Thank you for all the follows that we got, for the raid. Pixie, thank you so much for gifting out that sub. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Getting a little bit of vibes and vibs in. That's nothing. But yeah, I'll catch you dweebs around. Thank you so much for being here, and let's see who we can send you all out to. Hey. Oh. Come to the FC. Why? Should come to the FC. Okay. I hate Hildebrand. Just give me a goddamn horse already. We're gonna send y'all out to... it looks like Crow is streaming Final Fantasy XIV. And so you know what? We'll keep the Final Fantasy XIV theme going. It looks like they're doing... Oh, wow. It looks like they're starting the Hildebrand Heavensward quest. So if you don't know how this insanity goes, there's plenty of it to do. He's doing all the Manderville. Hell yeah. So go drop Crow a follow. They're a delightful individual. And friend of the show. We were progging a little bit of Savage raids back when we were still doing those on Eden's side. Maybe we'll keep doing them, who knows. But yeah, I will catch you guys around. Thank you so much for being here and for hanging out. And tomorrow, we're going to be doing... oh man, tomorrow is going to be Wayland Yutani Wednesday. So we're going to be doing Alien Isolation. It's going to be spooky. It's going to be scary. We're going to get stabbed through the chest by the tail of a big boy. Yeah, scary stream. You get it. But otherwise, thank you guys all so much for being here and for hanging out. And we'll catch you around. See ya!